Okay.
Dude, recording. I kept forgetting that we weren't recording. You and I were shooting the shit. Mr. Dave Collum. Please introduce yourself, my man.
Dave Collum, professor of chemistry, Cornell University. Been here 41 years. Was an undergrad here, so been here 45 years. Degree in genetics as an undergrad, degree in organic chemistry from Columbia. Late 90s, I got interested in markets, and since then I've been interested in anything that moves. And so I'm still an organic chemist, but I write and rant and rave about politics and finance and all sorts of stuff.
My godfather went to Cornell and then went to Duke Medical School. But aside from that, because I'm a selfish asshole who wants to talk about me, organic chemistry was my favorite class at UGA.
I loved it. I loved it. I was not so good at the other stuff, but organic was it.
No, I failed pre-calculus 3 times. Still got into medical school.
I wasn't that bad, but
I was no.
I was going to go to med school, by the way. I was going to go to med school.
Yeah, I got into Miami and then decided I didn't want to do it, which was that kind of threw me for a loop as well. I loved organic chemistry. People always hated it, and people always kind of do, oh, you're that guy. There was I loved it because there's this exponential curve in learning it. Like I took organic chemistry 2 summer 2012. And so you had 14 days before each test, and wasn't taking any other courses that summer.
That's a crash course. That's a crash course.
I loved OChem 1. I took over the course of a spring semester. That was fine. I loved it because it was just that. And there was this very reproducible, maybe there was some baseline attraction to something that was stable in the chaotic world we're in. But I just knew that if I studied nonstop for 13 days, by like day 10, I would start getting like 70s on the practice tests. 11 would be like 85s. And by 12, I could start to get 100s. And there was something I loved about that first 11 days of sheer terror, discombobulation of, whatever the new thing you're learning, or aldehydes or ketones or hyperconjugation or orthometa SN. But you would just push through it. And then there was just a click one day where all of a sudden you started to see where all the puzzle pieces went. And to me, it was the most satisfying thing.
It's like a game of solitaire when you start to win.
Yeah. Yeah. And I just could never understand how, I guess I did, because I got a 99 in OChem too. Like that was the highest grade I got in college. And I could never understand why other people would bitch about it, because in my mind, it was just, if you just drive at it, it will.
That's not what they did though. That's not what they did.
Yeah, I know. Well, of course.
It's a language, right? It's like a language, but I hated language, but it was only because I took French, and I always say, they shouldn't make you take French, right?
Yeah.
And my wife or girlfriend would say, well, yeah, it's a beautiful language. And I go, please tell me why a 12-year-old boy gives a shit about a beautiful language.
Fair enough. Yeah, I took German because it sounded insane, and I didn't do well in that either. But now there was something beautiful about that, and I guess there was sort of a lesson. And it was, for me, it was studying for the MCAT. I started studying for the MCAT like 9 months out, and
I never studied for it.
Well,
we didn't. You're young though, so you're the post Kaplan generation.
Yeah.
So Kaplan came along and saw an opportunity to make a lot of money by charging you guys to take a course to study for stuff. When I was in school, you'd get to some point where you were supposed to take some SAT, and you went and took the SAT.
Yeah.
That was it. That was all.
Well, that was actually kind of like, I actually didn't pay for anything. I just like torrented all the
Well, we didn't even study. Study.
All right.
It was just but it was just not in the culture yet.
Yeah. Well, I think it was definitely, I never knew there was a time where for me, there's very much like a competitive culture to that. I torrented all the Berkeley Review, Kaplan, exam crackers. And then I made like these long PowerPoints for each section, like 1,000 PowerPoint slides, and then ended up like seeding them on Reddit. And it was for other people because I was fine, but I had friends that like weren't well to do, or first generation immigrants, one from Africa, one was from South Korea, and they couldn't afford it. So I initially did it for them, and I put it out, and until I was permanently banned from Reddit. But like for 8 years, I would still get like inbox messages every once in a while from people that are like, I couldn't afford this and I don't know who you are, but I just want to let you know that like I'm a doctor here now because of that. And I'll be like, thanks. I mean, definitely good to inflate your ego and make you feel like less of a piece of shit.
Well, it's not just that, but when you get to the end of this whole shtick, none of us get out of this one alive. And in the end, you leave nothing. If you drive by a cemetery, you look in there and no one knows who the fuck those people are.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you only have effect while you're alive. Very few people have a real legacy.
Yeah.
You know, who was it? I don't remember who was who said it. I think I quoted that this year. You die twice. First time at Banksy. You die twice. First time when your heart stops. Second time when someone mentions your name for the last time.
Yeah. Yeah. Or
It'll take a while for me to be cleaned off that slate.
Yeah.
I've left enough of a paper trail.
Yeah. Well, luckily mine is digital, so mine could just be iced in an EMP blast, and that could
Right.
finally be non-existent. Or I mean, it's kind of edgy, but was that quote like most men die at 25, but they're buried at 75?
Oh, that sucks.
I like that one.
I've been pretty good. So this week, chemist, right? This is a weird world. I'm having dinner with 10 guys in New York City. And I will be the only guy sitting at the table who's not a billionaire.
Jeez.
And anyone in finance would know their names. A couple I didn't quite recognize. And then I look and I go, oh yeah, he's the one who blew up that hedge fund. I remember that now, right? And then this morning I got a call from Switzerland from a old money guy. And he invited me to spend Christmas in a chateau in Crete. Just now, an hour before we went live. And I'm, oh, well, you know, I don't know if we'll do it, but it certainly is a colorful opportunity that wouldn't have happened before, right? This is a very famous guy.
Yeah.
And he keeps trying to get me to go to Switzerland where he spent some of his year. I'm not sure he does spend any more of his year now, though, now that you mention it, now that I mention it. But at one point he lived in Switzerland and managed old money. And so these are bucket list people I kind of want to meet. And so this is a lot of fun. So I haven't been buried yet.
Yeah. Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 66.
Right. I'm 31.
So you can still go to med school.
Could. Do not want to.
Yeah, I get it.
I liked crossing the finish line and getting the acceptance letter. And then it was like, I'm not actually happy. I knew I wasn't.
I actually didn't go to my interviews. I bailed right before my interviews.
Fuck yeah.
Well, I had decided at the last minute to go off to try grad school in chemistry. It was unorthodox because it's a genetics major. To go off to Columbia to do a PhD in organic chemistry required a certain amount of batshit craziness, right?
Sure.
I obviously got in for a reason and so knew I could do it. But when you plan to go to med school your whole undergraduate career and then all of a sudden bail, you know the drill. You're one of the few who does actually. To all of a sudden give that up is a very strange thing.
I only know one other person who's done what you and he actually went and did 1 year in med school, bailed, and now he works for NASA and makes robotics. And he jokes that he's dumber because he still owes that first year debt. But I knew I was kind of like a year before I could start to, in hindsight, see the seeds of discontent. I loved the grind, like organic chemistry. I loved the reproducibility of it. Work hard all semester, you get A's, you feel good. I was saving money. I was in great shape, had the hot girlfriend, and it just all seemed on paper. I'm going to be Dr. Carrigan. I'm going to do this, X, Y, and Z. And it starts to sort of like, you know, even the most, you know, like the pyramids or the Sphinx, even like the strongest thing, eventually, like the forces of nature do reclaim it. And I meditate every day, and I could start to, every once in a while, I'd smoke pot, and I'd just feel it in the back, just like, you don't want to do this. You don't want.
I gave up smoking pot in grad school because I had a bad night one night where, and I just was whizzing through all the things I hadn't gotten done that week, and I said, I'm never smoking that shit again.
Those are I would do it tactically like once a month because it would scare the shit out of me, and it would find her.
I just decided I didn't like it. So I was getting shit faced in 6th grade
Yeah.
and smoking pot in middle school and dropping acid probably by 9th grade.
All right. Well,
And
you got it out of your system before me.
I actually, my senior year of high school was not doing any drugs by then. I had scrubbed the system clean, did a little bit in college, but not much. Was pretty serious in college. Decided, oh, better get my shit together. It's getting serious now.
I started all that stuff like I started like smoking pot and like drinking probably like sophomore year of high school, and then stopped my sophomore year of college and did 3 years
That's
of.
about right. That's about right.
I
Yeah.
kind of turned into like an old man. I instantly just went studying all the time, exercise, like save money. I was like, there's no time for this. And, it was very,
Yeah, so for me that was freshman year because I was terrified of flunking out. And so I remember one night where a friend came to visit, and so we got stoned in my room, and I had nothing but walled up. Again, fear of flunking out.
yeah.
So I was at Cornell, and I was not qualified to be at Cornell. I got to Cornell through various backdoor, side door shit, and so I knew that I was out of my league. And we aired out the room, and I hear a couple of guys coming down the hall, and they go, "Let's go see who it is in there." It was smoking pot. And they come in, and one of them says, "Look who it is," in utter amazement. And I realized at that moment that I was the hall geek. I'm thinking, dude, I used to move drugs. I mean, I'm not the hall geek, right?
Yeah.
I used to do bad shit, but I was the hall geek, right?
Yeah.
That was okay. So I've been pretty clean living ever since. I don't drink, not from lack of, I don't have to be on a wagon, but
Yeah. Yeah.
the taste of a beer is not as good as the taste of a Coke to me,
Yeah.
or fresh orange juice or something.
Yeah. I was like a meathead in high school. I'd still have some of it, but like never for you, it was freshman. For me, I still was like meathead Tommy, like joined a fraternity. It's at Valdosta.
Well, so did I. So did
Yeah.
I.
I was very much like the bro. And then it was on August 7th, 2010, my 20th birthday. And I remember my dad dropped me off at like the frat house, first day of like sophomore year. It was just like, like good luck, like you got 3 years. And I remember like smoking in the frat house living room that evening. And I just had this like burning image of like me flipping burgers and like having known I threw it all away. And it's kind of like the joke, like hold my beer. But I mean, truly, I was like, I got up and I remember my friend Chance was like, "Where are you going?" I was like, I gotta get into med school, and like just went to bed. We're sophomore years, and he was like, but then the next day, like I just went to the library, and everybody's like, "Dude, did Tommy go to the?" Kind of like you, look who it is. It was the same thing for me. They're like, "Look who's going to the library," and one day turned into a week, turned into a month, turned into a semester, turned into 3 years of never drinking. At the end of the semester, I drank. Rarely smoked pot, like I said, to just scare myself. And it was as Ram Dass said, I went and got my PhD primarily out of fear. And burning fear will drive you to that point. But as you start to achieve the thing, I guess that you could still say it's fear. I remember, again, kind of poetically, got too high like the first week of my last semester, just got into medical school, just aced it all. I was like, got it. And I just remember staring at this quote on my laptop after a night downtown in Athens, Georgia. And it was Maya Angelou. There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story. And I just was like burning into my brain where I was like, I know I'm not happy. Like the fear of failure isn't there anymore because I just showed myself I could do it over 3 years, completely transformed until I was the hall geek.
Right.
And then I was like, I don't even know what I want to do, but I know it's not this. And
see, I wasn't as clear about what I not wanting to be a doctor. For me, I did the organic chemistry as a lark. So I talked my way into a research group to do organic chemistry with no credentials. So the coursework. I had a 1 semester non-major organic chemistry course, right? This is not exactly a foundation to become an organic chemist. And then I had the 1 semester, 2-credit-hour lab, and I got a B-, right? It was nothing special. And then I took the 2nd semester for a lark, and then I liked it. And, so I talked my way into a research group for reasons why he took me is unclear. He's a colleague now, it turns out. And I'm in the research group, and I'm really loving it. And I decide but I need to know more organic chemistry if I'm going to do this research thingy. And so so I'm talking to my TA. I said, well, there is a graduate course in organic chemistry. It was the 2nd semester though. And so I decided to take physical chemistry, which is basically, for those who don't know, it's the physics of chemical systems, right? And I had no calculus, I had no physics, and the course was full of engineers. So I was a wipeout there, C+, B-. I remember all my grades, don't ask me why. And then I took the 2nd semester graduate organic course. So here I am, 1 semester non-major, then I'm in the 2nd semester of a graduate sequence. And I got a 28 below the mean on the first test, and I didn't choke. That's all I had. That's all. And I studied so hard. That's all I could come up with. And I went and talked to the professor. I said, look, I'm not afraid of a bad grade. I've had a few of those. But if you think this is stupid, maybe I should think about it. And he said, nah, I think you'll get better. The second prelim, I have a conflict with a PChem exam. So the PChem exam, it turns out I'm going to blow off anyways because he lets us drop one. And I got this organic exam. And so I said, fuck it, I'm not going to study that.
Yeah.
Turns out I took it anyways and got an F. The funny part, the reason I mentioned this in my story is because the topic was kinetics. Now, you might remember a little from freshman chem, but you don't get much in those 2 years. I am now, I think, legitimately one of the probably half dozen most well-known kineticists in chemistry.
Yeah.
And I had no calculus, I had no nothing. And I don't know if that's fair, but if I were to ask who's my competition in the United States, at least, I think I had papers refereed where they said there's no one left in the world to understand what you're doing.
Jeez.
And I still didn't have any math, right? I just, So then I took the organic exam in the guy's office because of the time conflict too. And I handed it to him and he said, well, what do you think? And I said, oh, it's easy. And he physically flinched. I got the 2nd highest grade in the fucking class on the 2nd exam. And I said, holy fuck. I too was an athlete. I said, I can kick some ass in this subject, right? So that lit me right up. And so then it was off the races. I took about 3 or 4 more grad courses. So I went off to Columbia with nothing but graduate organic courses and nothing else in chemistry that worth a shit. And the first semester, they put me in quantum mechanics, graduate level physics.
Jesus Christ.
No calculus.
Jesus.
Holy fuck, right? I didn't even recognize the symbols, right? And anyone who's listening to this who knows math or physics, they were using Bessel functions and shit. And I didn't have calculus. And I got an 8 on one of the exams. It was a gift. And I actually kind of rallied a little on the final. I got a D. And then they put me in an inorganic course. It was on boron cages. Now, your viewing audience isn't going to know this, but I can assure you, no one in the world needed to know about boron cages. But the guy says, if you do well in the final, I'll give you that grade. Now, I was pretty good at these boron cages, it turns out, but I wasn't doing well on the test. I couldn't figure out why. And he had said at the beginning of class, come and see me if you're not satisfied. How are you doing? I would never do that, right? The only time I'd ever go to see a professor is if I thought he was full of shit. And so after the first test, didn't do well. I go, why the fuck did I fuck that up? Probably the quantum mechanics, right? And then the second test did better, but still wasn't what I could do. And so I went to see him, and he said, he kind of gives me this, what do you want me to do? And I'm going, fuck, you told me to come here. This is stupid, right? So if I get a little testy with him, I said, look, you told me to come here. Here's the deal. I know this shit better than anyone in the class, and I don't know why I'm not putting up the numbers. He says, Riley, he says, well, I guess she'll do well on the final, won't you? I got the highest fucking grade on the final. And he was so excited. He said, you did it. I said, I told you I knew this shit. And for some reason it wasn't coming up. So I ended up getting an A, a B, and a D. thinking I'm going to get kicked out of Columbia. And they sent me a letter saying that we're happy with how you're doing. Your record's a little uneven. I go, really? You think that's uneven? Really? An A, a B, and a D, huh? And straight A second semester. And then the funny part of the story. So I was a 3.4 GPA at Cornell. And that was kind of starting out like around 2.930 and then drifting up at the end. So good slope.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's not Cornell's A team, right? That is not the starting lineup right there. So I get to Columbia and I start my research. And it goes so fucking well. It's like the US beating Russia in 1980. So at the end of my second year, beginning in my third year of grad school, Cornell offers me a job interview after 2 years of grad school. Now, typical PhD in chemistry, 5 years, 2-year postdoc, 7 years total. And I get an unsolicited interview from Cornell after 2 years. And then I started interviewing. And then just in case they go, oh, that was just luck. At Caltech, same thing. Caltech offered me an unsolicited interview. So I interviewed all over the country. I was the young guy. I remember a guy at Caltech says to me, he says, you're the young guy, right? And I go, yeah, that would be me, all right. He said, third year of grad school? And I go, yeah. And he said, you finish your third year. I said, no, I'm starting my third year. He's going, whoa, whoa. And so then I accepted a job back at Cornell while I was still 24 years old. Jesus. And I came back and then I switched fields. I decided, well, that was fun, but I'm moving on again.
Finished.
And I went into physical organic chemistry. Of course, no math, no physics, no nothing. Why not do something with the word physical in it, right? And it worked out pretty well. It took some bruising, right? There was definitely some period of doubt. I had people tell me, you're nuts, dude. And I said, yeah, but if it's not risky, it's not worth doing. So,
well,
and then I went on a tear, and 41 years later, I'm still funded, still publishing.
Well, I think I can kind of pick your brain then. So like the day I graduated, I was like, well, if weed scares me, I wonder what mushrooms will do. And so like I went out to the woods and ate a bunch of mushrooms and like meditated.
Okay.
And, like I just kind of had the overwhelming feeling that like I can succeed at whatever I want. I just don't know what I want. And so the first thing I thought was like, I wanted to be an anesthesiologist. So I was like, I'm gonna start studying for pharmacy school. Like send a letter to Miami, said thank you, no thank you. And was like the day I was actually back down at the University of Georgia interviewing for their pharmacy school. I was like, I'm gonna go here. My girlfriend's still an undergrad. I was like, I had just had this realization that I was like, I just want to be happy, but still do well. I interviewed that morning. That evening is when my brother committed suicide. And it was just like.
Did you see it coming? Did you see it coming at all? Did you know he was troubled?
Yes, but.
Not at that level.
No. And I can't even give a reasonable answer almost 8 years later, because now I don't even know what I'm remembering and what I'm like projecting.
Right. Did he leave a note?
Yeah. I think that I'm fine with talking about it.
Well, we don't have to.
Yeah, no, for my parents, I won't. It is very simple. Nothing.
I just wanted to know if he left you a note.
Yeah. No, he did. He did.
I'll tell you, if I ever commit suicide, if I don't leave a manifesto, someone capped me.
Oh, I'm gonna
guarantee. My note's gonna be recognizable if I do it.
Oh, if I ever do, I'm gonna leave a note that says I'm working on a huge story relating DARPA to the CIA to the White House and all the way down to Epstein.
Exactly.
Just throw them. And I'm gonna say I'm going to meet with Dr. Malone tomorrow. I've got a big story.
I know.
But
frame some bastard with everything you got.
Somebody. I'll pull it.
That's not the mind of a person who's going to commit suicide, though.
Yeah.
That's the mind of a guy who does it.
Yeah, I would tie in.
Solutions. Solutions.
I tie in Fauci. That's what I do. I tie in.
This is like an abused spouse. So what you and I would say is, if we were abused spouses, we'd get the guy to smack us one time too many, blow his fucking head off.
Yeah.
But when you think that way, you don't let yourself be abused.
You're not an abused spouse. Abused spouse comes up with
You are
excuses.
by definition not the victim.
Yeah. But I'll stop going down those rabbit holes. So, immediately kind of after that, started trying to find out what I wanted to do. Started writing, didn't want to do that. Tried like a year at that. Started doing X, Y, and Z. Taught myself graphic design. Got pretty good at it. Still didn't know what I wanted to do. And then finally, like I told you in 2019, I just kind of started the podcast. And I just kind of brushed over 6 years of, really unimaginable existential terror of not knowing what I wanted to do, of moving home to my parents' house because I was suicidal, to not having a social life. From 25 to 30, living at home, 600 miles from where I went to college, where all my friends were. Girlfriend dumped me, just not knowing what I wanted to do. Every day, people being like, dude, you can still go to medical. It's not even like you're some retard. They're like, you can still.
You couldn't, but
like,
you weren't there.
That's what I told them. I was like, no, I'll kill myself if I do that. And with this has started very slow. It's starting very slowly to kind of start to work. I'm getting bigger and bigger guests, but all the point of me saying all this is it relates back to what you said. If there's no risk and there's like no fear, it's not really worth it. Because I showed myself I could go from meathead frat boy to getting into medical school. I now know I can do the thing. So the next was like, with that, there's a paved path. The courses exist. You go to the advisor. You got to ace them, but the path exists.
Right.
I was like, there is no path with this. Like, what is in my mind, looks at how great is the trophy at the end of the thing that has no path.
So the advice to parents is, who are listening, is that be patient with your kids, because I've seen so many kids who are just not yet ready to be an adult, even though the parent thinks, well, I just paid $250,000, so I want them to be an adult, right? Yeah. And one day a physics major was in my office. He was asking me about some points he didn't get on some test as a senior. And I'm listening to this guy going, this is not about points. I don't know what it is, but it's not about points. So I sit there and keep chatting with him. And he eventually basically says in so many words, I feel like I've gone off the path. And I said to the kid, I said, look, you're a 3.5 GPA physics major from Cornell. You're in great shape. You got a great education. And by the way, this is your path. You don't go off the path. This is your path, whatever it takes to get there. So my older son, was a terrible student to the point that at one point in a teacher-parent conference, I said, so let me see if I got this right, to his teacher. The only kids in his class he's beating are crack babies. And the teacher sort of blew a snot bubble and said, yeah, right. So he's a sweetheart, but just nothing motivated, but he had this great temperament. We're going, what do we do? We tried to figure it out. We talked to a shrink. He talked to him and he said, let him be. Right. And I was ready to anyways. My wife was having more trouble with the idea of letting him chart his own course. He then went off I wanted him to join the Navy. My wife wanted him to do something else. She wasn't a big Navy fan. And so he went off to a 2-year hotel management program, which basically the only requirement is dad can write a check. And then he started to grow up, and then he went off to New York City. He went to finished a 4-year degree in event management, went off to New York City without a job. And then one day called and said, I got 3 job offers this week. And now he became in no time flat the director of event management at the Council on Foreign Relations. Holy fuck, right? Holy fuck, right? That's the Death Star. My son works at the fucking Death Star, right?
Hell yeah.
And by the way, it's not as bad as people think it is, but it was started by Alan Dulles and was run by David Rockefeller, so it can't be all good either.
Whenever you're in that, I'm reading a book about Smedley Butler right now, and it's kind of
Smedley Butler, yes.
But they're pulling it. Obviously, he died before that, but they're bringing it forward to the future, and they're talking about the Dulles twins or the Dulles brothers and Kissinger.
So have you read Devil's Chessboard?
By David Talbot. It's on my to-do. I have not yet. I know I need to.
And you have to put on your agenda this week to watch Rogan's 1780 podcast with a guy named I can never pronounce his name, Majid Nawaz.
I just saw a tweet about that. Is he talking about a World Economic Forum?
He covers everything. It is a
Okay.
transformational.
Okay.
It's Rogan's best podcast, in my opinion.
Really?
And he had some great podcasts. But
I'm impartial to his second Alex Jones episode.
there were times during the podcast I'm going, this must have been what it was like listening to Plato talk or something, right?
Really?
There was
I'll
something
make
so
make a note of it.
there was something so coherent about his reasoning.
1780.
1780.
All right.
And it's on Rumble if for some reason it disappears from Spotify.
Probably will.
Probably will, those bastards. I think Rogan is changing. I think they changed Rogan when they attacked him. And
Yeah.
I think he's more courteous and more filtered. So his guests are good. But it's like I feel like I'm watching an episode of some Stepford Files show where there's a little bit of a
You can't.
Yeah. You can't apologize.
You got to go full. You got to go
Balls to the wall.
Like Patton or Eisenhower. Unconditional surrender. No,
right.
That's what they want. They don't want to shake hands at Okinawa. They want to nuke you at Nagasaki.
So I know what he went through because I got canceled at Cornell back in 2020, and it is and admittedly his cancel was big, but he's also big. My cancel was small, but they have 5,000 undergrads try to petition to get you fired. That keeps your alert. And, what I figured out eventually was you can't give an inch. You can't apologize at all. They don't want your apology. They don't want contrition. They want blood. Don't give them blood.
They want you to.
So tell them to fuck you. You know who did it best? Dave Chappelle.
I was about to say Dave Chappelle. I'm
Dave
gonna
Chappelle
go to Africa. Fuck you all.
Yeah, and he says I'll have a chat with you if you want, but you will not summon me. I will not take a knee.
Do you listen to Tim Dillon?
Tim Dillon's very good.
Tim Dillon is the only thing I listen to audiobooks in the morning and I listen to podcasts in the evening.
I'm an audiophile. I'm a complete audiophile.
I have like a personal OCD thing where I have to crack out one audiobook a week. Nonfiction, have to finish it by.
We're soulmates here, dude.
We are. Right now I'm listening to Smedley.
Okay. Is it good?
It's very good. It's not The Plot to Seize the White House by Jules Archer. It's another one.
I haven't listened to anything about Smedley. He's been on my I got to figure this guy out
with
better.
He's been a name. I know the whole War's a Racket speech. It's the OG military industrial complex speech. I've known it for years, and I've known that I had to dig it. So I'm finally digging into it. This guy was insane, but the awakening process is beautiful as well. I mean, he truly was. You can see him slowly start to realize he's been used. And like the true nature of empire.
But I don't know enough about that. So that's a sort of a window in the
I'm 2 days into the book.
Complex.
Yeah, I'm 2 days into the book. Well, that's why I listen to
the
it.
The other one your readers have to read. They have to read is, well, no, even worse, even more transformational for me was RFK's book on Fauci.
The real
Anthony Fauci is horrifying.
Yeah,
it is horrifying.
There's a chance he's going to come on here. Not a good chance, but there's a non-zero chance he's going to come on here.
I have his email.
So do I.
Okay.
So do I.
Okay.
Non-zero chance. That will be the one I listen to. I was going to say, going back on just looking at, so I keep an Excel sheet. So this last week was the Black Code, which is like a early 2000s book about the NSA. Before that's the Watchers, which is all about like permanent surveillance.
Do you ever say I've got to listen to something fluffy to give my brain a rest?
Well, that's why I do podcasts in the evening. And by podcast, I mean Tim Dillon. I listen to reruns. I play video games with my friends. But
but the guy who called me from Switzerland had just read the 300 pages that I wrote last fall about rising authoritarianism.
Yeah.
And he said, I've read every single one you've written for years now. He said, now you have to stop.
No, man. So
no, but he said it because he's saying it's wearing on you too much.
No, fuck that. That's the madness of getting closer to the truth. That's what it is.
I know, but he's watching it. He's watching me.
Who cares? Who cares? He's watching.
So he sees Bilbo carrying the ring.
Listen, we're all if we don't go down our own self-induced madness, we're going to dementia or Alzheimer's. And if you don't do that, you eventually undergo clinical brain death anyway. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
I want to know what's really going on between the dulles. I want to see what did LBJ say to fucking whoever, whatever. Why did Hoover have a file on JFK before World War II even ended? Like, what the hell? Why did he have a file on Lee Harvey Oswald starting in 59? I want to go in. I don't care how, again, and I think I genuinely mean this. I think that's probably the benefit of losing a sibling, is it fucks with that paired with the existential crisis of deciding I'm not going to go to medical school. Those two combined, that was like a speedball of existential crisis. I don't give a shit.
It's like a hit off a crack pipe.
It's smoking DMT out of the devil's dick. Like, you just see death. And after that, I'm just more curious than anything. I'm like, what was 9/11? I'm like, what was the Gulf of Tonkin? I don't give a shit. Like,
yeah, in fact, I'm having trouble. I was thinking about this the other day. I'm having trouble thinking about historically important events for which I don't believe the alternative interpretation.
That's why I like to. So I'll get to why I like reading all these books. What I was going to say is I saw a great meme like a week ago, and it goes, now that you've kind of seen what fake news really is, right? We're seeing the crumbling of the MS. Now imagine what's fake history. And that kind
of there's no question.
That blew my fucking head. But
no, that's exactly right. You have to replay all the narratives and say what really happened.
What happened? So, but I was going to say, so I interviewed Bing West, who's good friends with General Mattis, and he wrote General Mattis's, I think, autobiography. I don't know, whatever it is, just called Call Sign Chaos. And there's a quote in there. There's two quotes. And one is intuition from General Mattis. Intuition is pattern recognition, nothing more, nothing less. Right. And then the second quote is, if you have not read hundreds of historical books, you are functionally illiterate.
I knew the second quote.
So
I save quotes, and so yeah. I have a quote file that's just pasted quotes that is 75 pages long. Yeah, the big one.
To me, but the point is I look at it now as the more it's like CAPTCHAs, like as AI goes forward and it has more, right? It has more like tagging things. Like that's kind of what I think like an underlying like meaning to like Instagram is, like us hashtagging things is probably being fed into some DARPA computer to just label things better. My logic is that it gets better when it has more data. The Google search is better when you can index everything. So
that's true with us too. Yeah, that's true.
If I can just download books into my head every week, nonfiction, historical books, then I must somehow be getting better intuition.
What also tells you that it's important to read different books about the same subject.
Yeah. 2020 on November 22nd, I had on Gerald Posner, who wrote Case Closed, and it's about how unequivocally Lee Harvey did it by himself. And I also, on that day, I interviewed Jefferson Morley, who wrote The Ghost, about James Jesus Angleton, the head of CIA counterintelligence, and how he really thinks the CIA had a hand in it, if not entirely. And I read both those books multiple times, and I see both their arguments. That's the weird thing, is I see both of their arguments.
I would have trouble buying a sole gunman argument at this point.
Well, that's why I listened to it, as I was like, tell me your argument. And he makes a decent argument. I don't believe it. It's not where I come down on it. But if someone's going to make an argument, I try to, kind of like where we are with censorship now, I'm always like, my mind is forced to become even more open in the light of censorship.
Well, they're simple. And once in a while, there's the smoking gun piece of data that makes you just say, look, I think it's over. For a lot of us, 9/11, you watch Building 7 collapse, you go, can't do it.
You go, the
physics says can't do it.
Yeah, you go, fuck, what is that? Yeah.
No way. And you can take all the other pieces, say they're all fragmentary, but that one I just can't do it.
Or the phone calls from the planes.
Or the what?
How the fuck are people making phone calls at the planes? Self-service.
Well, the other. So I'm in the middle of a podcast one day with this guy QTR, who's an entertaining bastard, Chris Irons, and he mentions the new Pearl Harbor, which is a 4-hour documentary. It's very good.
Yeah.
And they talked to a bunch of aeronautical engineers who say that thing couldn't have been flying at sea level at that speed. And they talked to pilots saying I couldn't have flown that flight path, you know.
Can't do
Yeah,
that.
270,
Go fuck
a
yourself. Or
270.
270.
Yeah, and all the pilots are sitting there together in their uniforms, going, "There's no chance I could have flown that path."
An FBI agent finds the gas or the jet fuel soaked passport on the street.
Well, but that's the immediate bullshit story. Those I can throw out because I go, okay, they knew. Here's how you cover that one easy. You say they were tracking them, they fucked it up,
and they want to cover their incompetence.
That's right. And so they say we found this. This is how we knew who it was, even though they knew all along.
That's what's
so those don't trouble me. But when the jets are all up in Maine, you know. And so here's the question I ask people. I said, okay, so imagine you knew something was heading for DC. How long would it take you to scramble jets? And the answer would be either seconds or they're already up in the air all the time. And I don't know which it is, but it's one of those two. If I were in charge of Washington, DC, making sure it's safe, there would be no moment in time that there weren't fighter pilots in the air.
Yeah, or at least at the end of the runway.
Yeah, but they'd be in the air. These would be like AWACS or something, right? They'd be watching.
Kind of, yeah.
We watch for 45 minutes. The plane go from New York City down to Washington D.C. Right? So that's obvious. Once the problem then becomes is once you accept the 9/11 truther story, then you go, okay, there's nothing too ridiculous to rule out. That's the problem.
And that's kind of where Tim Dillon comes down. He goes, once you realize that something like Epstein was allowed to go on,
right?
Fucking kids for blackmail power, just objectively, let's just remove all morals and ethics. Sure, it's a fantastic tool of force projection. Fucking aircraft carrier. If you can get a prime minister fucking an underage child on camera, that's more power than a nuclear weapon.
Right.
But that's evil, right? Demonic, satanic, whatever. That being said, once you accept that that was sanctioned,
then there's no rules.
Then when someone says, do you think the Gulf of Tonkin really happened? You go, fuck, I know, of course it didn't. Of course we went to Vietnam to sell some helicopters. They're fucking kids on an island with a goddamn temple. Yeah, so it's the whole mind starts to melt when that's actually
what it means though is you're on your own because then any old goofy theory has to be excluded too because you can't rule it out.
But I was going to say what's brilliant though is it actually sharpens the mind because when things pop up like is the earth flat, you don't go, well, I guess everything else now. You very quickly start to look at things and you go, no, it's a sphere. Next.
Right. That's right.
Me, it sharpens.
Or the fascinating one of this week is what is Russia really trying to do?
Yeah.
Right. So right away, the whole Ukraine story went right off the rails. Off the rails.
I think
right off the rails.
I think deep conspiracy now. I think that
deep.
What? No. I was thinking,
okay, go ahead.
No, because I always look at like what's happening, and then I'm like, well, if a biology major in a chair in an apartment screaming at a camera, I'm like, if I see this, then this isn't what it is. So my logic is what's really going on. Well, if it's going to drive Ukraine to join NATO, or if they don't do it, but it causes the EU to tighten up because they realize that they're not as invincible as they thought, who does that benefit? That doesn't benefit Russia, unless, of course, we're doing like World War II Part 2. We're getting back together with the ex-wife. It's Russia's teaming up with us to fuck China. That's what
I totally agree. Although
based on nothing.
Although a lot of our actions look like we're trying to push Russia to join China. And then you go, well, why would that be? Well, it turns out you can make an excellent case that China owns all our politicians. So.
Well, 100%. Stealth War by Brigadier General Robert Spalding.
Yes, I'm a Spalding fan. I haven't read his book yet, but I've had a few brief chats with him.
Episode 1, I interviewed him.
Well, that way outdoes me. Maybe I should become a podcaster. Then I'd at least get to talk to the people I want to talk to.
Yeah, dude, that's the best fucking excuse for it. That's what I tell everyone.
I know.
I'm like, I play it off. It's like a CIA front. I'm like, I play it off as a business, but it's actually espionage. I'm like, I play it off as a podcast. I just get to hang out with Dr. Malone. I happen to record it and I put it online with the title. I get
Well,
to chat.
that's what I actually tell people. I said, look, I'm happy to chat with interesting people, and if they want to record and put it online, I'm fine.
Yeah,
Right?
I get
That's what I view it as.
talk to a guy that walked on the moon. Like, sure. Oh, it's a
Is
podcast.
this Aldrin? Aldrin?
No, not Charlie Duke, 10th man to walk, youngest man to walk on the moon.
You did see the Twitter feed of Aldrin on the anniversary of the moon landing. So some chick, some unknown, no name on Twitter said, "Do you remember where you were when they walked on the moon?" And Aldrin chimes, he says, "Yeah, I was on the moon."
Fucking retards.
That's Twitter at its finest, right? That's really good stuff.
I had somebody tweet at me like a couple weeks ago, and it was like, "Hey Tommy, like," and I've seen more and more people starting to ask if they can come on, and I'm like, "Fuck you all! I've built this from nothing," and so now I that stuff just makes me angry.
Now they're your friend. Now they're your friend.
Yeah, no. Screw you all. Screw you all. No, it is. I've gone fully off the deep end. I'm in an undisclosed bunker. I'm not. But one guy tweeted at me and he was like, I mean, I respect the grift, but he was like, "I'm the patriotic flat earther." He was like, "Let me tell you why." And I go, "Sorry, dude, one of my guests debunked it." And he was like, "Who?" And so I just linked him Charlie Duke. And I was like, "Well, he told me that when he was standing on the moon and looking back at the earth, that it is indeed not flat." And well, he didn't respond. But the point with kind of diving into all of these conspiracies is some people think that it will make you go crazy. But to me, it's, let's say flat earth. It was always a sphere. Just because it took humanity millennia to get to that realization doesn't mean it was ever not that. So to me,
Right.
whatever is blackpilling, quote unquote, or makes you go crazy, no, that's always been the underlying movement of power, blackmail, lines of trade, China owning our Congress. It's always been there. All you're doing is wiping the sleep away from the eyes. All you're doing is just brushing off the dust and seeing the
Well,
full.
so that's the question I ask prominent people who've had a lot of perspectives that maybe I don't have. As I said, is it always been this crazy, or is it getting worse? And they said it's both, actually, right? It's always been crazy, but it's getting worse. And so clearly COVID revealed stuff that you just had no idea would occur, right? You never would have seen Australia coming, I don't think. You never would have seen Canada coming this week.
No.
Right? I mean, the truckers were in Ottawa, and it was the most heartwarming thing to me. And all of a sudden, they're now getting stopped. I go, holy shit, they're going to lose.
Yeah.
How did the truckers get beaten? And the answer is because the opposition was playing a higher stakes game and is more ruthless than I imagined.
Yeah, I interviewed a convoy of truckers. They linked up their radios, and then someone somehow managed to get it on internet. I don't understand any of this. It was like 2 weeks ago, and I had them call in. It was like 9 p.m. And yeah, you listen to it. They had doctors with them. You're like, oh, this is so peaceful. You're like, they're gonna go do this. And then you just see Trudeau coming out with war powers. And I think today that they are not suspending.
And that Freelander chick.
Is that the
Freeland? Christia Freeland. She's the second in command up there.
Was that the one smiling at the freezing of the accounts?
Yes, that she looked like she's about 50 years old. And she turns out, if my head wasn't ready to explode before it was now, it turns out she's one of these World Economic Forum trainees. And you're going, is everyone going through that training camp? What is this? Is this some gulag or whatever?
How do we get invites?
Yeah, I know. It really sucks. I really would love to be in the elite at this point. And then there was that quote the other day. Some of these are so funny. The other day where the woman's talking at a World Economic Forum meeting, right? This is some a-holes at the J-hole or something. And she says, the good news is that the elites, she calls them the elites, we get along better than we've ever gotten along. And she says, the bad news is that the common people don't trust any of us at all. And I'm going, do you wonder why that is? So I don't know where this is going. It feels to me like we are either going to a total, a global totalitarian state,
Mhm.
which might have, I presented like 12 theories as to why that would be. They're kind of not parallel theories, they're kind of different angles at the problem. The one that strikes me as possible is it's possible when the internet went live, it was an unstoppable force.
Yeah.
That the internet was, I used to say, look, it's the greatest hope of democracy and it's potentially its worst enemy. I worry that it's worst enemy part one. And it might have been it was never going to go any other way. So with the data, with this hugely interconnected data system, it's just too powerful, and it's conceivable that there was just no way that the bad guys were going to keep their paws off it. And so you and I can talk for now, but we're not guaranteed to be able to keep talking.
I think what gives me hope is there, and I don't understand it, but there does seem to be some like greater, I've interviewed Howard Bloom in his book about the global brain and like how intelligence arises from systems that we can't quite understand. And if we did understand it, then it wouldn't be the sort of meta intelligence.
Right.
But I think about how you could almost say that like the military elite almost had like the total coup in like the 50s. They now had thermonuclear weapons deliverable from orbit.
Right.
You win. Well, and then what we got to do, we got to build our bunkers, our NORADs, our Raven Rocks, our Mount Weathers. And then what do we need? We got to be able to connect one another. That last thing they wanted to do is the thing that birthed the internet.
Right.
So I feel like whatever coup it seems like they're getting close to right now, whatever it is, digital ID, I don't know. I can only imagine that one little boop thing might just escape, and then that's the new seed. I don't know what it would be, but it would be as alien to us as what the internet was probably imaginable to like GIs coming home from the Pacific.
Right, but you can spend a lot of years underneath a regime before the new regime appears. You're gonna find this Rogan, the 1780 podcast, to be rather staggering, I think.
Yeah,
and not surprising, but you're gonna be impressed. And so I don't know where we go from here. I'm old enough where I'm just going, oh fuck, I'm a depreciated asset already. I'm just glad they waited until I was old to wreak havoc. Because so one of the things that Majid talks about in the Rogan podcast is this central bank digital currencies, right? So I've had this screen pass metaphor in my head that I've now found myself using twice. The first time it came to me was during the January 6th upheaval, which I wrote about, I wrote about 30 pages on just January 6th, in which I said, look, here's what I saw. And it's a very pro January 6th, very pro sort of deplorable view, and very much sort of revealing of what they're using it as a crutch. Now, what I saw was, it's clear that they planned it, right? It's clear that it was planned to take Trump out at the kneecaps. It was, the metaphor that I found is, it's a screen pass. So the deplorables were showing blitz, and the left-wing power structure said, and I'm not even sure it's just left-wing. You don't know how many Republicans wanted Trump out. We don't know. We have no idea
the whole system
if any of them wanted Trump to be there, right? And so it's the entire, I agree with you. It's approximately, it's the entire system. So they backpedaled, then threw a screen pass right over the heads of the deplorables. Next thing you know, Mr. Viking horn guy, QAnon shaman is doing 41 months in prison for having broken almost no law.
Yeah.
Almost no law. You can give him a trespassing charge or something, but he broke nothing. He vandalized nothing. He punched no one. He hurt no one. He did nothing like that. And here he is doing 41 months.
Yeah.
For protesting.
Yeah.
And there's just more and more. 9 people died because of that event. Please explain to me how 9 people die at that event. 9.
I thought it was Ashley Babbitt.
Yeah, it's Ashley Babbitt, and I wasn't convinced she died.
And then a bunch of suicides. A bunch
No,
of
no, there's a
I used
bunch.
to do
It
this.
turns out there was 4 others, and there was 4 security guards who committed suicide. Now, please tell me that doesn't sound like a cleanup job to me.
That doesn't sound like a Clinton job. Yeah.
It is a cleanup, right? There were a bunch of, so here's one of the problems. The FBI enlists informants.
Hmm.
I got approached by the FBI to be an informant. It was clear I was too loose cannon for them. I had fun with the conversation. For a college campus, sort of eyes on campus kind of thing. So the FBI has these informants, of which, remember, the Whitmer
Yeah.
kidnapping plot was
7
12 out of 20
Oh, yeah.
were kidnappers, were FBI guys. The informants are expendable. So you're an informant. One minute you think you're part of the plot in which you're in tight with the good guys, or not. Maybe the guys you don't think. I think a lot of them get into some sort of legal trouble, and they say, "Look, you got 2 choices. You got a prison. You work for us.
I think that's what
make
it
your
is.
call."
I think that's probably
right.
what it is most of the time.
And therefore they become part of the plot. They do what they're told. The next thing they know, they're either getting killed or
They're
convicted.
charged as the plot. Yeah.
Right. And they go, but wait. Dudes, I was working with you, not against you, right? How do you prove that in court when the FBI guys are testifying against you? And so I think that happens a lot. These are highly expendable people, and they get expended. I'm not convinced Ashley Babbitt got shot. I think she's probably dead, but I'm not convinced she got shot on the scene. There's too many problems with the crime scene. I spent a lot of time looking at it, trying to figure it out.
I know I said I only go for like an hour. I'm happy to keep going, man. I'm having a fucking blast.
Keep going.
Right.
I don't care.
Okay, well, on that note, I'm gonna do what I do every podcast about an hour in. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and you're gonna monologue.
Oh,
Welcome to Davecast.
hi, monologuing. Okay. Let us talk about the collapsing economic system. If you look at markets, it's pretty clear that the average equity market is about somewhere around 115 to 125% overvalued, and and regression to the mean is a force of nature. This is what got me into this game originally, and so at some point we will give that back. So a bubble, or should we say overvaluation, is appreciation pulled forward. It's appreciation you will not get in the future. Undervaluation is deferred appreciation. So if you happen to be sitting in undervalued markets, then at some point in the future it'll regress to the mean, and you will get that appreciation. So right now, if we're 120, 130% overvalued, then we're looking at least a sort of a 60% correction. We're looking at, if it does damage, we're looking at worse, because don't forget, correction to the mean doesn't make sense. You got to spend time below the mean, and therefore it could be a 75, 80, even 85, 90% correction even. What is spooky about these particular markets is that there's a bubble in every asset class, with the exception of very few. I've been thinking about Russia, and then this morning when I talked to my buddy from Switzerland, he, without provocation, he said, you should buy RSX, which is a Russian mutual fund, which I own. It's a closed-end fund. So here's the problem with this bubble. It's too broadly based, and we're going into it in an unusual way. Most financial bubbles we go into euphorically. So the mortgage equity bubble, or the dot-com bubble, society is usually partying with no brakes on the car, right? This one we are going into not only more overvalued than any previous bubble, we're going into it grumpier than shit. Everyone's unhappy. So now you take a populace which is unhappy. They're pissed at COVID. They're pissed at their lot in life. They're pissed at inflation. They're pissed at everything, authoritarianism. And then you say, oh, by the way, we're going to gut you for 65% of your net worth. Then you are going to end up with a very, very unpleasant period of time. So there you go.
Thank you for monologuing. That was Dave Cast, which is a preview for your podcast.
Yeah, exactly.
So, so why wasn't Ashley Babbitt killed? Or,
What's the
sorry,
evidence?
sorry, yeah, no, and I'm asked open-mindedly. As I just said,
Well, I think
I
that
don't believe
Ashley
anything
Babbitt, not knowing what the chaos would bring, I think Ashley Babbitt might have been a setup to make sure they had a headline moment.
Sure.
And so to think, yeah, we got to have something to put on the headlines. Now it's not perfect because she got shot by the establishment. So you can say, that's not a good setup. If you watch all the footage around the Babbitt shooting, there's just a lot of things that don't add up. I have no smoking gun, excuse the term. But if you look, for example, she took a shoulder shot. It was debated. It was said to be a neck shot and then a shoulder shot, back and forth. You never. Then finally, the Department of Justice signed off on the shoulder shot. So we say, okay, it's the shoulder shot then. She died, therefore, from a bleed out. Right? Shoulder shots don't kill you except for getting bled out, is my understanding. They were doing stuff like CPR. There's a good thing. CPR with a bleed out. Every time we push down, it squirts up. What are the odds? There's just very, very strange things. What first got me on it was a group called Woo's News. It's way off Broadway internet. It's dark internet. The guy goes through all the footage and there's just things that just don't make sense. So one guy's trying to peel back. First of all, she's down and no one's providing health care. No one is providing health care. They're not peeling back her shirt, looking for the wound. They're not putting pressure on the wound. They're just yelling and screaming. That's all they're doing. Some guy opens some medical kit and he's opening it up and the guy, the first footage I saw, the Woo's News guys, which got me started. He's narrating. He's going, look at that guy. He can't seem to get that gauze open, and it's total free association. The guy's just winging it. And then they finally get the gauze open, and the guy wipes off her jacket with it. I'm going, what was that? And there's some lady there who somehow got in the scene, and she's got this dazed and confused look on her face, and she says they're all just acting. And so then you watch the guy who smashed in the window that Ashley Babbitt went through. First of all, the cops are standing in the way. Then all of a sudden they step out of the way. Then the guy smashes through the window. Once he breaks through the window, what's his next move? He'd go through, right? This is the rabid, deplorable trying to get in the building, right? Now, he breaks through the window. He goes scampering down the stairwell, pulls down his backpack, takes off his shirt, changes his shirt. He changed his clothes right there on film. And then she gets shot. There's no splatter marks. I've had gun experts tell me, no, you don't have to have splatter marks. I've had people tell me why you don't have to, but I'm going, yeah, but the coincidences are starting to add up. They carry her down the stairs. Right now, this is the Capitol building where there are medical facilities, right? They have gurneys because they got a bunch of old farts who could keel over any minute. They've got paddles. They've got everything they need in that place.
Regardless of old or young, if they're all VIPs.
Right. And they take her down the stairs, which are, by the way, empty, and she's still got her backpack on. They're carrying her down the stairs, dragging her with their backpack on. Right? They haven't even peeled off her backpack to lay her flat to deal with her. Right? And I know a lot about medical emergencies, it turns out. I've had a lot of personal experience with it. And they just don't act that way. They deal with the problem right there on the spot, and they try to stabilize the person before doing anything. And then again, the CPR on the way out the door, and next thing you know, and you watch the footage and everyone looks fake. There's if someone's freaked out, you can see it. There's an authenticity to the freak out, right? You can see it. You can see them revved. You can see their eyes bugging. And the guys, they're not freaked out. They're fake. And so I was going to write about it, but I realized it's something I couldn't write about. It wasn't a writable moment. And so I provided a bunch of links and just said, go look for yourself if you're interested. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not positive. I wouldn't want to stake my life on it's fucked up. I wrote about the Vegas shootings, and I
That
think it was one of the best write-ups of them all. Maybe there's a book out there that's done a better job, but at the time I nailed it. I think
I
better than
interviewed
anybody.
I interviewed a survivor from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
no,
what did they say?
I mean, you can tell he's like a genuine because he even says.
Oh, I know they got shot.
Oh yeah,
I
no,
know
no,
they
no.
got
Well, that's
shot.
what I mean. Is like this is you can tell this is a guy because I mean he even says he's like so much of it's just clouded. Like a lot of what his story is like he pieced it together because like he saw himself on the news. He's like I don't even remember like loading
It's
injured
just a
people
blur.
because he was loading
Yeah, right.
injured people into his truck and bringing him. He was like I didn't even realize. He's like I recognized.
What was his name?
Oh
Don't
fuck!
tell me it's Mike Kronk.
No.
Okay.
It's I can't even 700 episodes. But yeah,
Okay.
he was there. He was there.
So here's what I saw. This is
Aaron,
Aaron
DeView, DEVEIW.
So we were all watching this, right? A friend of mine, digital friend, was actually in the Mandalay Bay bar. And he said, he was on Twitter. He actually said, people are just rushing in the bar. Something fucked up is happening, right? So I'm watching this footage right after it. And they're interviewing this guy named Mike Kronk, and he's talking about his friend getting shot in the chest 3 times. Now, I'll tell you, subsequent to that, I've been told by a marksman, there's no fucking way that someone spraying an AR-15 is going to hit you 3 times from that distance.
By that distance, yeah.
Right. He said a marksman would have to aim 3 times to hit you 3 times from that distance.
Sure.
But Mike Kronk, at that point, I didn't know that. But Mike Kronk is talking about it. He's not looking very emotional. Back to the authenticity problem. But people can be misread. Malcolm Gladwell talks about that in his most recent book. But what happens is he says that his friend stuck his fingers in his own bullet holes to stop the bleeding. I go, I don't think so, Mike.
That's some comical.
That's some comical bullshit you're throwing. So then right away you go, why is Mike lying?
Yeah. It doesn't even have, it doesn't even matter what the lie is. It goes,
yeah,
wow.
Why is he lying? Why is he lying? And so they talk about putting him on the back of a cart and wheeling him out. And then as YouTube does, I'm not paying attention. It scrolls 15 seconds and then it goes to the next interview. New interview, still Mike Kronk. Mike tells the story again. He's looking a little more emotional. His story is drifting. You put him on a truck this time. And then it rolls again, 15 more seconds, and there's Mike Kronk again. So we're getting our entire ABC, NBC, CBS news feed through Mike Kronk. So then what happens is I get on it. Then I start looking at the story and I start looking at cab drivers who are talking about how they're shooting out of here, not here, and sort of live footage and you can hear multiple shooting. You can hear and guys actually took audios and said, look at the audio. There's one gun right there. There's the other gun superimposed right there, pulling it all apart. But what happens is then I see a video of Mike Kronk visiting his friend in the hospital. Now, there were a couple of hospital visits. While I'm watching various hospital visits, I'm reading stories about surgeons saying there's something wrong here. You get hit with that sucker, you're going to bleed out right on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And they said, you get hit in the thigh with something like that, you're going to have between 5 and 10 surgeries to repair it and this and that. I don't know if what they're telling me is correct. For all I know, those are the PSYOP guys, right? And but then they go visit Mike Kronk with a news crew. Mike Kronk visits his friend. And there's his friend, 2 days later? What would his friend look like getting 3 shots in the chest with an AR-15? Well, first of all, there'd be no news crew in that room.
Yeah.
It would be an ICU. There'd be beeping and honking and blipping and a machine. You would not know he was alive, except there was a fucking screen that showed you there was still a pulse.
Activity.
That's all you'd know, because
he
would be in he'd be in an induced coma probably, right? And so there's his friend with the nasal cannula oxygen chatting with him. Now, that's pretty good with holes in your fucking lungs. And he's chatting with him and he's smiling and Mike's talking to him. And then I look up and I go, look at that. The screen is blank. It's not even plugged in. The screen showing all the fucking basics is not plugged in. So the whole thing's fake. My wife's had 59 surgeries. I do know what the inside of a hospital room looks like at this point. They don't disconnect that machine until you put your fucking shoes on.
Yeah, until they have a person that walks you off property.
Yes, you go from the machine to the wheelchair to the curb.
I mean, there is someone that walks you off so that you don't slip on your way out.
Well, they tend to wheel you out.
Well, that's what I mean. No, sorry, they
right.
wheel you out so you can't.
And so there's the machine off. They interviewed some other girl who got hit in the thigh, and she's just sitting there chatting in her chair, recovering. You know, the story just wasn't holding up. And then you find out that the key witness is this Hispanic
security guard
goes
on a fucking
with his handler, which I can't remember. With his handler,
Jose.
Twice they show up. I saw his handler in several different pieces of footage. I go, that handler gets around.
Yeah,
then his handler, the security guard, turns out to have 2 names and 2 social security numbers by chance.
Yeah.
And then journalists try to go see the guy, and his house is surrounded with cars that have no license plates. And then he disappears to Mexico. And this is the official story. He disappears to Mexico. And it's like, oh, I get it. And the news story said, well, he had planned this trip. And I go, well, when you get back, we got some questions for you. Right? Would you let the key witness go off to his fucking vacation in Mexico? I don't think so. Right? This is a big moment. It's the biggest shooting since the Civil War.
But you know what's weird?
Yeah.
To me, the big thing about all of it was, why is that not the poster child for the anti-Second Amendment people?
Because they fucked up the whole thing. They don't dare let it become the poster child.
Every time, and I'm not making light of it, every time 2 people get shot at a concert, or a 5-person or 10 people get killed at a group, heartbreaking, I get it. It's plastered everywhere, and we need bills today. And Biden goes out and gives a speech about how we got to.
They fucked it up.
59 people with arguably a belt fed, and there's not a single goddamn camera angle of it in Las Vegas.
I know. And so then I'm watching interviews of Steve Wynn, who was prior to the shooting, saying how he has an entire Navy SEAL team on site at all times, so that if something bad goes down, those guys can strike, because there's a lot of money in Vegas, I hear. And so there's just there's nothing about the story. The guy supposedly Paddock made money playing video poker or something. It's poker. Online poker. It's like, so someone did the analysis and said, that's something 1 in 10 million chance you could ever do that. So then the final pièce de résistance was an article by ABC News that said his hard drive was missing. Now, the other articles had showed, by the way, there was an extra power cord in the room that didn't match his equipment. The chief of police had said, no one person could do this. Then within a day or two was saying, yeah, it was one guy.
And didn't that guy disappear for like 24 hours?
I don't know. Could be.
You don't remember that?
He
went MIA. No one knew where
really?
He went missing. That was a huge thing. The chief of police went missing for like 36 hours and then just waltzed on back home to see the wife.
Probably with electrode burns on his ass.
Exactly.
So the audio guys analyzed the bullets. There was no question. There was guns everywhere. But this missing hard drive, the way I wrote it up, I said, don't you hate it when you lose your hard drive? And then the article goes on to say, but this is not that weird. And I go, oh, this is going to be fun. Tell me why this is not that weird. And it turns out they mentioned about 4 or 5 of the other shooters. And I recognized a couple. One I didn't remember, but I'm sure I read about it at the time. They said their hard drives were missing too. And I go, oh, I feel much better now.
Oh, coincidence.
So mass murderers all take their hard drives out. That explains it, right?
And his wife lived in the Philippines and were like at the time was like a ISIS hotbed, and he owned Didn't that one, he used to own a plane with the same tail number that before he owned it and after he owned it, it was owned by the DOD.
And then the security guard reappears from Mexico, goes on Ellen DeGeneres show.
With
And
no one in the audience.
She explicitly says, I know this is horrible. I know this is the only interview you are ever going to do.
Because she has a crystal ball. She knows.
The guy's staring at his feet. He's lying his ass off, barely saying anything. And there's his handler again. There he is again. And he's doing most of the talking. He's looking pretty chipper, the handler. And so
I imagine in those situations they have like they've somehow managed to miniaturize C4, and they maybe just have something at the base of your skull, and it's just stick to the script, buddy. Just stick to
the script, or you're going to be in the movie Scanners.
Yeah, it's gonna explode. But I mean, to me, all of that aside is just how come this story isn't the front for it? How come?
Because they blew it. Because it's too messy.
To me,
it's too messy.
You don't even need to go into other. You do, but you don't. You just go 59 killed at a music festival from a hotel. You go there.
Where I think the shots came from? You know where I think they came from? I think they came from helicopters that were hovering behind the building. I think they were shooting from the two corners behind the building.
Just silencers, flash hiders.
I don't know.
I mean,
but there were helicopters lurking up there. Helicopters lurking up there.
And it was under Trump. They would never let that go.
Yes. I think it got too messy and they said we can't run with this one.
That's what I mean. So it's like, and then once you get to that, people go, well, what is the conspiracy? Well, I don't know. Just because you point out the bullshit in the story doesn't mean you claim to know the answer. You just go, it's not adding up. I don't know what it is.
So I'm still on earphones, so we can chat. You just can't see me, so you can go to your screen or whatever.
Yeah.
And so there's that. I keep trying to replay the tape on events in history that could be suspicious that I do believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a terrible time coming up with the good ones. So if I replay the tape, I go, okay, so you got the Gulf of Tonkin and shit like that. You got the Liberty, which I don't know anything about.
USS Liberty.
I just know that it seems to go uncontested and unexplained by the official narrative.
James Bamford has a semi-decent explanation, and it's that we were picking up Israeli war crimes. Because at the time
why would they shoot why would they try to sink the Liberty?
Because it was an NSA reconnaissance ship.
Oh, so that, you know what the story behind Building 7 is, by the way? Building 7 had a bunch of spook shit in it. And corporate crime shit.
It was the emergency command center for New York. Secret Service, FBI. That's where the mayor was supposed to be like whisked off to. Yeah, it's for the James Bamford talks about it. I don't remember what it is. It's, I think, Puzzle Palace or Body of Secrets, or it's one of his books. But it's his whole thing is that, and I don't remember who, but they were fighting someone, and apparently there was a lot of like wholesale slaughter of like surrendered combatants, and the USS Liberty wasn't there for that. It was there for something else, but just so happened to pick it up. And they think that's why they came out and attacked, knowing that whoever it was under it would look better for him to just call it whatever president it was under. It would look better for them to call it a green on green like mistake than to come out guns blazing. Even Bamford's explanation isn't terribly good, but it's the only attempt at one I've heard.
Right. And then you go all the way back to World War I, and the Lusitania sure looks like a setup. They were shipping armaments and baiting the Germans to sink them, and they did. Next thing we know, we're in a war that shouldn't have been ours. I think the case for, sort of holding the door open for Pearl Harbor is pretty strong.
Yeah, all the old ships.
They had no one in a guard tower anywhere, right? They had no plane spotters or anything, and they knew there was shit happening. And so, at some point you have to say, look, admirals were sending letters saying, get them the fuck out of Pearl Harbor. They're going to die in there. And they just ignored them. And, you know, I think during that era, you know, I think these guys believed they were doing the right thing.
I think
I'm
that's an
not
important distinction. I think a lot of them were true believers.
right. I'm not convinced I know what they believe now. So the bad guys who are doing these things, I'm not convinced. So for example, you say, well, how would you, so one of the mysteries of 2021 is how we blew Afghanistan so badly, right? I mean, we blew it so badly that Mr. Rogers and his audience could concoct a better escape plan.
Do you want my conspiracy for that?
Well, there's a whole bunch, but go ahead, let it rip.
Mine is that we saw the Soviet Union. That's where empires go to die. We saw the Soviet Union try it between 79 and 80 or whenever, didn't work. We tried it for 2 decades, saw it didn't work. And then the new, right, with the EVs, it's going to be rare earth minerals and all the lithium's there, which is, you know, all the oil's
Right.
there. Now the new thing's all there. I think we looked at it as we're going to bait China into going to occupy it. And instead of arming the rebels like the Mujahideen, we just preemptively armed them and left $80 billion.
Well, I think it was clearly an arms deal.
100%.
Yeah, that's right. 100%. We left pallets of $100 bills. We left them money to help,
You
know,
don't
pay for ammo.
I've interviewed Delta Force guys. They say that you don't leave
Yeah.
a can opener behind. You
No. And I even came up with a couple of plans. I said, I had 2 plans. I said, here's how you do it. You got 2 choices. One is you have what I call a BSUP, blow shit up, BSUF, blow shit up Friday. And you provide a couple of kegs of beer and you give them all the handheld shit and you just say, start blowing shit up. We're going to party tonight. And alternatively, you drag it all out in the open and drop a mob on top of the whole fucking thing when the last wheels go up. And it's trivial. So we didn't. Why did we do it in such a humiliating way?
It's a good point. I was going to say with blowing, I've interviewed Mike Durant, the Black Hawk Down pilot. Those guys went in with thermite grenades and got the old wrecked Blackhawks. I've interviewed Marines.
Yeah, that's right.
I interviewed a Marine that was at Kabul while it happened. And he talked about, he's like, yeah, no, we never leave stuff behind. But you're
That's
right.
And we supposedly left dogs behind just to calibrate, right?
But you're right. Why humiliating? Why not?
And it was humiliating. I mean, it's humiliating. So then you think, well, this is just propaganda. But then all of a sudden, you know, Jen the sock puppet stands up there at the microphone and says, we got 90% of people out. We want to get out. And I'm going, 10%'s not a small number. 10% of the people didn't get out. So here, this gets to the even weirder question, in my opinion. We left a bunch of people behind. What happened?
Yeah, no one, it just.
Where are they? Where are the news stories? If you say, oh, they're suppressing you, I go, you're telling me some mother and father wouldn't be on fucking Tucker Carlson saying, hey, my fucking son died, my fucking daughter's still over there. I don't want her to marry an Afghan guy, right?
Yeah.
So what was that all about? How do you leave a pile of Americans back in what should have been, you know, Iran hostage crisis 2.0 on top of the Bay of Pigs 2.0 times 100, right? Just the whole thing should have been the biggest clusterfuck of American history. And it's gone.
Unless the president is compromised by China and.
Well, he is. We know he is.
And
we know he is.
So what would be a great propaganda win?
Now the question though is, so did we not leave Americans behind?
I don't know. Because you're right, that just kind of never came up. It just
disappeared.
It
just went away.
We got most of them.
So we talked about the Taliban like they were legitimate. So you could right away, you could see the position of the Taliban to be the new
and the image of all the Taliban guys. One of the Delta Force guys texted me and he goes, what the fuck? It's all the Taliban guys with the guns, perfect trigger discipline. And he pointed it out. He goes, that's an $80,000 thermal scope. And they're all sitting there and he goes, like, that's some Langley shit, man. They've got the.
I know. The other thing, I put up a tweet where I showed a picture of the 3 guys inside the Capitol building who were talking to a cop, and those guys next to each other.
Yeah.
Now, what made it so funny was two of the guys, one of the Taliban guys, and the guy wearing a beige shirt in the middle of the January 6th guys looked like brothers. They were dressed the same. They were identical. In the tweet I wrote, I said, it's a razor thin margin between an insurrection being suppressed or becoming a total disaster. We should take pause to thank our lucky stars. It didn't turn out bad. Now, here's the problem. A bunch of right-wingers got mad because they didn't pick up the sarcasm, and a bunch of left-wingers got mad because they did.
But it's the whole thing was just, I think it was Tim Kennedy, that Green Beret, he tweeted, he was like, so you're telling me all the Taliban heads, they're posting pictures, they're all in one building, just all
Right.
together.
We couldn't take them out. In fact, we even know what building.
Yeah, they're right there. I mean, is that not the plot of Inglourious Bastards? The high command is all in one place.
That's right. This is a Tarantino setup right here.
Isn't this why we have the designated survivor during like State of the Union and inaugurations? Is just so you can't do decapitation?
Right.
They're all right there.
There they are. Probably. Who knows? But the point is, it was done so badly. General Flynn also said, we're not that incompetent.
Yeah. So what does incompetence help cover up the arms deal?
Well, that was already known. I mean, we were tweeting about the arms deal before they pulled out. They're talking about how they're going to leave the arms behind. You go, what do you mean you're going to leave the arms behind? Right. So the arms deal was self-evident.
Yeah.
So what, there's nothing to cover. I mean, it was just so obvious.
Maybe
that's the easy part.
Well, you can go at it. You can go incompetence. Joe Biden's stupid, which is kind of the easy. Haha, Biden dumb. I don't.
Well, except for he's not in charge either. He's playing.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Is as much as I don't like Biden, I don't fall into the he's stupid. I'm like, listen, whoever's in charge is in fucking charge. Like, let's stop.
It's not Harris. It's not Obama either.
Let's stop the whole politician I don't like wears diapers. This is more evolved than you can imagine. So is it just right? So is it just China? Okay, there's one aspect. The other aspect is we leaving weapons behind to arm the future mujahideen to fight in occupying China. The more low-hanging fruit is we left them weapons so that we've got a reason to go back in. But if we're already there for 20 years, why the fuck wouldn't you just stay longer?
Oh, did you see the Biden speech he gave about 10 or 15 years ago where he stands up there in Congress saying, if we leave the weapons behind, they'll be shooting our own kids with them?
Yeah.
I'm going, oh, that worked well, Joe.
Yeah, but so you got to start thinking, what is the purpose to this?
It's some layer of the onion that I have not successfully gotten to.
The Dead Hand by David Hoffman, all about the Soviets' kind of nuclear retaliatory system. In it, there's something that has nothing to do with the rest of the book, but it's about how we knew that the Soviets had infiltrated some Canadian like defense contractors or something. I don't remember exactly what it was. Defense contractors that we were supplying like chips to. And we found out about it. And some guys at the CIA were like, hey, let's not blow the cover on this. Let's keep feeding them the chips. And every once in a while we'll spike something. And then they went from just buying chips to also buying like domestic stuff for their oil refineries, for their railroad switching stations. Right. And we started looking at this, we go, good. And then every once in a while, we would just kind of do like a Stuxnet. We would just kind of make sure that something fucked up, right? Just destroy the already fragile Soviet economy. It actually led to, at a gas refinery, it actually led to the biggest non-nuclear explosion detected from space because of one of our things. And it was so classified that some guy from the CIA actually had to come into the Reagan White House and go, it wasn't nuclear. I'll read you in. This is what we were doing. Do we leave a bunch of equipment behind, knowing full well China, who are already want our intellectual property with defense contractors, can't keep their sticky fingers off of a bunch of Black Hawk avionics? Did we feed them spiked avionic software and hardware?
Could be. I go so deep in the onion that at times I wonder if they're even our opponents.
Oh, dude. Well, that's kind of like the final red pill as you go.
Well, that's right.
You go, are we even?
Well, so here's China. I think China owns all our politicians. Biden is crystal clear, right? They not only have the laptop, they created the laptop. right? But has not been a single conversation in China, probably in the last 20 years, that hasn't been fully recorded, right? That
Yeah.
of anyone of any importance, which means therefore and if I right now I'm in the middle of the book I'm in the middle of right now is Peter Schweitzer's Red-Handed,
Okay.
and it's not transformational because it's sort of like you kind of knew it, but it's this overwhelming heap of debris about who's working for what consulting firm for which Chinese company to, and after a while you go, it's just so dirty. It's just so dirty. Now, here's what happens though, is they don't, and this is where the guy, Rogan number 1780, the guy digs into, he kind of gets at and doesn't quite flesh it out, but I know where he was going to go with it, is that they don't need to own people right away. All they need to do is get them to go on, get the VIG at some level, and then they own them, because you can't fess up that you took money from China.
Yeah.
So China can rat you out. So they got you once they give you money.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a famous story about Nixon where the Saudis showed up in his office, the Oval Office, and when they left a briefcase with $1 million in it. And they waited to see if the phone would ring, and it didn't ring, and they said, okay, we're good to go now. And so that was the Saudis' way of testing whether Nixon wanted to be buddies with him. And so I think that that you would discover that almost any politician of any consequence at this point has Chinese ties.
And then you have to think, if I'm the CIA, implying that they are not just total anti-American, let's say they are, let's just go out on that limb and say they're still for us.
I'm not sure, but okay.
Me neither.
Well, I'm not sure they're not for globalism.
That's what I mean. I'm not sure.
Well, but let me make a case for globalism. It's conceivable these guys are believers saying, look, we can either blow ourselves up or we can become one world.
Well, yeah, you might Thucydides trap. What I was going to say though is,
right.
if you're the CIA, if you're the CIA and you find out this politician is taking money from China and they can't fess up, and you know this, you come to them and say, all right, now we've got you, keep playing ball with China, because now we've got blackmail on you. You're going to do whatever the fuck we say.
That's right.
Now we don't even have to
blackmail. The whole Epstein story was all about this, right? How many 1,000 fucking guys were trapped by Epstein and Jiz Maxwell? And what's great is that various people are getting sued by Joffrey or whatever her name is, because Prince Andrews had to settle out of court, right? He doesn't want to go to trial. We know that part. I think there's probably at least 1,000 guys who've been honey trapped by Epstein, and that's 1,000 prominent people. So remember when Cernovich did a FOIA on some Epstein shit? So it was back when the Epstein case was going pretty strong, the Epstein story. Cernovich did a FOIA, and he was ranting about how he got the data, and then he didn't give us anything. And the rumor out there was that he actually was a front man for Dershowitz to do the FOIA to find out what they had on Dershowitz. And therefore he made as much press as he could, because he's a pretty prominent Twitter hound and news hound, and we're all looking for our 10 minutes of fame at some level. But then we got nothing.
Do you think?
And so that made sense.
Do you think Epstein was? Do you think it was CIA, or do you think it was Mossad?
It might have been multiple. Do we know they're different?
No.
We don't, right?
No,
we don't. We know they work together.
Absolutely.
Right. We know they talk to each other. We know right? This is General Milley talking to the Chinese general, right?
Mossad made the higher ups at the Mossad made a nice marble and gold memoriam gravestone for CIA counterintelligence chief James Jesus Angleton for his work.
I didn't know that.
In Israel.
I didn't know that.
Because a lot of nuclear material made it to Israel under Anglin's watch.
So I think Mossad. Is it the Mossad or Mossad? It's kind of like Ukraine. We never know where to put a
Is it-
the in there.
Is it the moon or moon? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, right. Or is it college? Are you going to college or are you going to university?
Yeah, it
Right.
doesn't
If
matter.
you're in Canada, you go to university. If you're in the United States, you go to college.
I can just imagine you getting interrogated by the Mossad and you going, "Is it the Mossad?" And then that's just when
Yeah, I know
wrench to the
exactly.
balls.
They'd end up surrendering. So I think they're probably the best. My guess is they're the best, in part because they've got a huge grip on Silicon Valley. And if you're buying a chip from any country, there's something in that chip that you don't want. Right?
Yeah.
There really is something.
8200.
Oh, by the way, this 1780 podcast I keep talking about, he talks about central bank digital currency. You certainly have gotten an earful on digital currencies through the years. There's no way to avoid it. I'm a no coiner who's done more podcasts with hodlers than you can shake a stick at. I am a target. They want me to become a hodler. I'm like the target, I think.
I've had so many people to explain NFTs and crypto to me, and I'm still not.
Well, I think NFTs are bullshit. So cryptos, I'm fine with. NFTs are a bad joke.
Which is why I want to get in on the grift.
But here's the second. Here's the second metaphor. I think the cryptos could be the screen pass too.
I think crypto is a like an intelligence thing.
Well, so the first white paper on crypto supposedly was written by 3 NSA guys.
Well, sorry, I keep interrupting you. Keep going. I'll say my theories after.
Well, yeah, you're welcome to. We're just having a conversation. So.
No, I get excited. I start interrupting.
So do I. So
So
if crypto, I think, could be sort of a free market beta test of something they're working on. So if they can get us acclimated to crypto, then we get acclimated to digital. Next thing we know, we get central bank digital currency. Now, here's the part that I didn't understand until, and this shows you that I've got huge gaps because I'm sure everyone else knew this. The hodlers must have known this. The central bank digital currencies are referred to as programmable. You heard that phrase?
I mean, I know the term, like, as a definition.
The specific application.
No.
The claim is that programmable digital currency means they can make sure that whatever that digital currency is, they can target what it's usable for.
Okay.
So, for example, you get a programmable digital currency, which they say, look, you can use it for food and rent, but you can't use it for beer.
Or the movie.
You can't use it to buy a gun.
Yeah. All right.
You can't use it to buy a car or this or that. And they've actually explicitly stated, apparently, that this is for things that are acceptable by either the employer or the government. I'm going, holy shit, that's the creepiest goddamn thing. I thought the central bank digital currency would be dangerous because all your wealth is now tied up in a digital currency that the central bank can debase or do whatever they want. That nightmare scenario has been playing out in my head for probably 5, 6, 7 years. Because they can do monetary policy in the most destructive way imaginable if you can't escape the bank, which cash allows you to escape. So in any case, programmable digital currency means that all of a sudden you're a trucker and you can't use the fucking Bitcoin because the sovereign digital currency for gasoline, for diesel, for whatever. We're already seeing this shit up in Canada today. And so that was a very spooky wake-up call for me, the idea that they would be able to program whatever currency you have. Now, someone else told me another horror story. They said, we could end up in a legal nightmare because if you own stolen goods, you don't get a break, right? If you buy a car from someone, it's stolen, you're losing the car, right? What if you get a Bitcoin that had been stolen?
Yeah.
Now, if I were a hodler, I'd be nervous about the following. We keep hearing about thefts, which should scare you because they're supposed to be kind of bulletproof, and recovery of the Bitcoin by the FBI. If the FBI can recover the Bitcoin, it ain't that secret.
No.
And as a consequence, it means they know where all these Bitcoins are and what they're doing. You're not sitting there, some secret society with your secret handshake. And so then consequently, it doesn't offer the super duper coolest part that everyone talks about, and that's autonomy from the state. And even if it did, if the state says, look, you're gonna go to jail if we catch you using crypto, most people are gonna go, I'm done. They go, but that's the beauty. They can't stop us. They go, you go to a car dealer and that guy's not gonna sell you a car if it's illegal to sell you a car with Bitcoin, unless we have a collapse of the system. And then that becomes the currency, sort of the grassroots grown currency. But that's after the apocalypse. That's a post-apocalypse thing.
I think it was introduced to get us all on board with it, because that's how you get people.
That's right.
It's like the idea of like, how does the US expand to go all the way to the West? You tell everyone there's gold out there, and then a bunch of guys get in wagons and go out, and they get out there and they realize there's nothing there. But it took 3 months to get here, so fuck it. I live here now.
I'm staying.
Now, if you live here and you get attacked by Indians, well, hey, Uncle Sam's to the rescue. Next thing you know, fuck it, it's ours.
By the way, great book, Under the Summer Moon, is a history of the West with a focus on the Comanches.
Okay.
And I thought it was brilliant because I didn't sense a bias. You never know if it's there, but I didn't sense a bias. So it wasn't white men are bad, it wasn't Indians are bad.
Yeah.
It was just clash of civilizations and the brawling and the mess that created, and how the power balance is shifting around. It is the best sort of history of the West I've ever read.
I'll make a note of that one too.
Called Under the Summer Moon, I think it is. I can look it up to make sure.
Under the summer. No, I'll find it.
Now it talks about it. I'm
also gonna make a note of 2 books I'm gonna send you: Poisoner in Chief about Sidney Gottlieb, MK Ultra, and
send me the names. Don't send me a book. I have guys send me books. I got a stack of books behind me. Right? Can you see this over my left? Over this side. From your perspective, my left side. There's a whole stack. Those are authors sending me
I will
books.
send you my 2 favorite books I've heard on
just the names, just the links.
Yeah.
Yeah. Under the Summer Moon. No, that's not it. I gotta hold. I'll find it right here.
No, I'll email you these books, these links, and that
with a request for the other.
That will remind you. Yeah.
But your listeners, do
that's true.
Want to hear the names now. So hold on. I'll be close. It'll only take me a second here.
You're fine.
So I go to my library. I'm about to read Hannah Arendt's book on the origins of totalitarianism, which might be tedious, but I got to read it. Everyone's got to read The Real Anthony Fauci.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
It is a horror story. You will not believe how bad it. Empire of the Summer Moon. Empire of the Summer Moon. Another great one. If you want a break, you want to get your brain to wind down a little bit. Brett Weinstein's book. Brett Weinstein, Heather Heying's book, The Hunter-Gatherer's Guide to the 21st Century, is great.
Okay.
It's an easy listen. It's another really good one was Josh Rogan's Chaos Under Heaven. Chaos Under Heaven is a great sort of primer on China.
Okay.
He's a New York Times journalist. You know what it's like when you read a book and 6 months later you can't tell me one thing in that book. You get that?
Those are the only books I recommend to people, is the ones that stick out in my head. Because I went back earlier and I pulled up the Excel spreadsheet, and there's a lot of books. I think I read 52 books last year, which is what I aim for, 1 a week. And I realized there's only a handful of them that really stuck out in my mind. So if I can't recall it off the top of my head, then I'm like, it's not worth recommending.
So here's one that drove me nuts. I listen to. I don't read books anymore. I just don't have the time to read a whole book. Yeah, Audible.
I cannot do
it. So 10 minutes each way to work. I'm driving to New York City on Wednesday. That'll give me a whole book almost. Right?
You got to start at. I wake up and I start at 1.5 speed, and I set an alarm, and every 10 minutes I bump it up by 0.1. And you get acclimated.
Oh man, you were getting Alvin and the Chipmunks. I do about 1.5.
Oh no, you just gotta go up every 10 minutes, and you can't tell the difference. Next thing you know, you're burning at 2 point. That's about where it tops out for me. You go 2.5 and just run groceries, go to the gym.
Oh my God.
You can't start at 2.5.
Subliminal message.
You gotta get acclimated. You can
Okay,
start.
I'll try that.
You,
I'll try that.
you can
Another good book, which is not a brilliant book, but it's a great message and a sticky message. I call it sticky, the phrase you're talking about. Turns out for a book to be sticky, there has to be a narrative. There has to be a plot. It can't just be. So here's a book that everyone raves about, I think stinks, is Sapiens.
Oh,
So
by Noah.
Yeah, Harari or something, right?
Yeah, no,
Yuval, yeah, whatever. And I love anthropology and psychology and shit like that. And so it was a natural, and I think I enjoyed it, but there was no stickiness to it.
Well,
and I think it's one of those, he talked about too much shit too randomly, just didn't get there.
It's a copy of Bill Bryson's A Brief History of Everything, which came out 10 years
That's
prior.
interesting. Yeah, I listened to that one too.
It's the same book.
Bigger though. But the disturbing thing is, so books that stick matter to me. Now, here's what's also true, however. There's a quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson that says, "I can't remember the books I've read any more than the meals that I've eaten, but they made me who I am today." So you also can't put a burden on your ability to just, without prompting, recall something.
Again, that's why I do keep a list.
So do I. That's why I put in my annual write-up. But I have books on my shelf. I look and I go, I just don't even remember reading that book. And that's the problem. That's the fundamental problem. Technocracy, the hard road to world order. It's not brilliant, but the message is important. It's about technocracy ruling the world, and it is part of what we're seeing, I think. And so that was good. I'm a climate denier. I was a climate believer, climate change believer. And every time someone would ask, I said, look, everyone I know believes. What am I supposed to do, right? I don't know shit, but every scientist I've ever talked to says climate change is real. My brother and a friend and an acquaintance, digital acquaintance, started prodding me. And I would give them these answers, right? I'd say, look, I don't know anyone who's credible who doesn't believe this fucking plot line. And then one day I said, the guy says, well, a lot of people do. I said, send me some fucking names, right? So I'm expecting to send me some names, University of South Sheboygan.
Yeah.
And he sends me a list of names that are serious players. I go, okay, but here's what they probably did. They probably went out and tested some model, and the model didn't hold up, and someone's twisting that into denial, right? And it's not denial, it's just how science works. And I start booting up and Googling the shit, and no, these are famous motherfuckers who are saying this is all bullshit. So as soon as someone says to you, there's no credible scientist who doesn't believe it, that's the biggest lie of them all.
Well,
there.
I was gonna say is, and I've never really come down on either side of it, because I gotta be honest, just I like Cold War kind of more. And then so
well, but also it would take you 10,000 fucking hours to get it.
There's also to me, I have to be passionate about it. But what I was gonna say is, man, I can see myself pulling listen, I'm not a climatologist, but there are after COVID and after them going, no doctors, and me going, I've interviewed every one of those motherfucking doctors, every one of them. I've interviewed McCullough, Fareed, Nass. I've interviewed the head of the bioweapons program in the Soviet Union, Ken Albeck. I've interviewed Stephen Hatfield, Meryl Nass, Urso, Merrick, Corey, Malone and McCullough multiple times, and I get banned for it. Nothing else. Not for Delta Force guys calling for the hanging of politicians, but Dr. McCullough telling people to go take vitamin D. That has made me go, whatever they say the scientists believe, I'm not 100% sold on it. I don't give a fuck.
Right. So I dug into it, and I didn't put in 10,000 hours, but I put in enough, and I found enough lies, and I found enough real horseshit. I mean, seriously bad horseshit. I read no books because I didn't want someone to digest the narrative for me and give it to me.
Yeah.
Right. That's the problem. And if you're going to do it that way, you got to read a lot of books from both sides. Right. But I found so much bullshit that now I'm pretty much a goner, right? Now I don't need to read anymore. Rogan had two guys on. He had Steve Koonin. And Steve Koonin is a Caltech physicist, Caltech former provost, former Obama chief scientific advisor, and former chair of the American Physical Society's Climate Change Committee that looked into the question. And he rounded up an elite group and said, let's look at what the fucking status of this field is. And they came out of it concluding it sucks. So Coonan writes a book called Unsettled. And basically his conclusion is that none of the predictions are worth a fuck. None of them. So I listened to the Coonan. I did read the Coonan book because I'd already written what I was going to write. I made my peace with the field. And it was just confirmation bias at that point. And Coonan's book was very good. I don't know if it would be good to a neophyte who's paid no attention, but what I can tell you is if you want to call Coonan a loon, you can. Now, I did a favor for a Stanford psychologist, and I wanted to find out if the guy was credible. So I Googled him. I went to YouTube and looked him up, and he gave a talk on media. And he happened to choose climate change and the media's treatment of climate change back in 2016, I think it was the YouTube was from. This was before I even woke up to the issue. And it was clear he was sort of climate change supportive, but was trying to be neutral. And he talked about how this media does this, what happens when someone challenges the story and this and that. I thought he did a credible job. So I did the favor for him that he asked. But I wrote him a quick note. I said, look, here's the deal. I dug in. And I'm going to fess up to the fact that I think the climate change story is total horseshit. And I gave him about 5 paragraphs. And he emails back and he says, well, I went down the same rabbit hole and drew the same conclusion. This is a media expert. He did the same thing. There's a guy at NYU who writes about propaganda. He says it's total bullshit. He says it's a psyop. So the people looking, I know of nobody who is a denier who became a believer. I know of tons of people who started life thinking it was true, dug in and said, holy shit, this is crap. It is $150 trillion projected expenditure.
Well, that's what I was going to say is.
It's all money.
You got to zoom.
It's all money. And it's not about oil money because oil doesn't have that kind of money.
No. And I'm going to go pee yet again. That's a running meme on this podcast is that I should be sponsored by Depends because I got to piss again. Welcome back to Dave Cast Part 2.
What else should I talk about? I have dug into and given a talk on the mathematical flaws underneath the Roth IRA. The Roth IRA has a mathematical flaw. And at first I couldn't figure out why I couldn't understand it. And then I showed it to colleagues. I go, no, this isn't making sense to me. And I started showing more colleagues, and some starts running spreadsheets. They said, yeah, there's something wrong here. Here's what I'll tell you. If you read about the difference between a Roth and a regular IRA, what you want to pay attention to is the fact that when you voluntarily put money into a Roth IRA, you are taking the top sliver tax bracket. Let's say you make 150K. You're taking 2K off the top. You're voluntarily paying the taxes on that 2K to dump money into the Roth IRA. So you're paying what's called the marginal tax rate. It is the highest bracket money. You're paying the taxes in advance to compound. Here's what I'll tell you. Money that you get taxed at one rate, compounds, and then comes out tax-free at the end is identical to money that gets deposited at that same rate, compounds, and you get taxed at that same rate at the end. It's 6th grade arithmetic. So here's the deal. A regular IRA, you don't pay until the end and it comes out spread over all the tax brackets. That's called the effective tax rate. That means the first money you pull out is at 0. The next is at a few percent, the next is at a few percent. The marginal versus effective tax rate are never the same. What that means, therefore, is that if by chance your taxes, the tax base changes dramatically and we're back to the top bracket being 90% and screw us, then maybe. But if the tax structure doesn't change markedly, you will always pay more taxes going into the Roth IRA than into the regular IRA. So if someone starts talking to you about the Roth versus the regular IRA, ask them tell me about the effective marginal versus effective tax rate. If they don't know what the fuck you're talking about, get another financial advisor because that's the whole ball of wax. and I gave a talk on the subject to 1,000 money managers in Vegas. And I said, I gave them a half an hour presentation on the flaw in the Roth IRA. And I challenged them to perforate my case, and not a single one did. So it passed a pretty tough test.
Dave Cast.
There you go.
episode 2.
What's that?
I said Dave Cast episode 2. I went and got
That's right.
air
That's
conditioning
right.
really low, and I'm freezing, and so I put on my big bright.
So
jacket.
where do you live? Where do you live?
I'm in Maryland right now.
Okay, so you're near the Death Star.
I am the hub of it all.
Interesting.
You can
What sports did you do
none. Just
when you were
lifting.
young?
Just lift. I
Oh,
played
really?
basketball in middle school. I always
Okay.
enjoyed lifting weights. I didn't like teammates, and I liked competing against myself. Still do.
Antisocial. I was a soloist too at some level. I have a very strange background. So I've coached a ton of sports. I've done a ton. I was not a great athlete, but I was a good athlete. And but I coached 2 collegiate sports. Find someone else in the country who's coached 2 collegiate sports. One, I was a very low level Taekwondo coach. But I was also the head gymnastics coach, Division 1.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's pretty. Not many professors have that resume.
No,
That's a fucked up resume, right? That's a
Yeah.
fucked up resume. You know, and so despite all the other idiosyncrasies, there is that too. And but I figured you were a super jock.
No, I lifted weights.
Okay, you've got kind of that square-jawed Marine look. I figured there was something there.
No, I play it off well.
Okay.
I did,
So,
people.
so you're saying you're a pussy. I got it. Okay.
Yeah. No. No. If I don't talk, I can play off the square jawed face, and then I open my mouth and I'm like, why did they not prosecute Mandalay Bay for Second Amendment? They're like, oh, it's
Well,
this.
they should anyways. You don't have to. You can still be a jock.
Point is,
Yeah.
is back. What I was going to say is tied into climate change. So back to crypto, I was going to say one idea I like is that it's a honeypot for like quantum computing. Can anybody crack it?
Interesting.
The
Interesting.
NSA, maybe the NSA has already cracked it and they want to see if anyone else can crack it. I mean, with nuclear weapons in 1949, we had a sniffer plane off the coast of Alaska that picked up a radioactive cloud, which means we were preemptively going off the coast of the Soviet Union to go, when are they going to detonate one? We've got the goodie. When are they going to get it?
Right.
If we already have quantum supremacy, would you not also put out the allure of?
So do you think we're further ahead of China than most people think, or not? Technologically, not militarily. They've got catching up to do, I think, still. But what
Well,
about
yeah, sure.
technologically?
I do think we're ahead, and that might just, I'm biased and I'm also very optimistic.
Right.
I do.
But you wouldn't be saying that with great confidence.
I think that there's probably or has been a Manhattan Project for quantum supremacy.
Okay.
When
I'm not sure if I know what quantum supremacy means.
As an idiot, I know that basically we have created the quantum computer and it's effective.
Okay.
Atomic supremacy.
Okay.
You have the lethal weapon that you can now rule the rest of the world with. And you could preemptively use, we did have open debates in the late 40s. You can openly go, we now have it. Do we go bulldoze the whole Soviet Union now? And ultimately we decided not to. But the thing is once you get that weapon, you can now go vaporize any other nation before they can even start. You could just create planet America.
So just gigantic equivalent of Stuxnet, right? Just wipe out everything.
Everyone. And we didn't. And so I look at that. I think about the F-117, the F-117 stealth fighter, right? The weird, hopeless diamond. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
When that first came online, it was so classified. It was a special access program. It was such a leg up on the Soviets and everyone else that when we wanted to go bomb Gaddafi, Secretary of Defense under Reagan, Caspar Weinberger, at the last minute said, we're not going to use the F-17. We're going to go.
Want to show it.
We're going to go use these fighter jets. And the guys were saying, but those aren't secretive. Those might tip off Gaddafi. It did. Gaddafi got away, made us look like an idiot. But he said the bigger pictures is we don't want the Soviets to know this even exists.
It's like saying you crack the code, not letting on, right? It's letting them, what was it, Churchill let them bomb one of their major cities, yeah,
or let them take out troop transports, convoys.
right.
If we have quantum supremacy, if we have some hyper quantum god, are we holding that? And I don't know why. I don't claim to know. I think you would want to quash your enemies, but we already didn't do it once with the A-bomb. Is there
You
something?
might be worried a little bit about the history, right? The legacy. You might be worried that, if you're the one who turns the world into this gigantic starvation mode, do you really want that on your watch?
What do you mean?
Well, if you wipe out everyone's computer right now, there'd be global starvation.
No. I don't mean wipe anyone out. I mean wipe out your enemies as soon as your enemies start to get anything close to you. If you would just had that much computing power, you could just bring Russia and China to its knees, right? But we're not doing it. I can only imagine if we did have it, and I'm just using the precedent of the A-bomb. We clearly did not go and bomb the Soviets. Is there a reason for us to do it, to dangle it out there, or is it even us with the quantum computer, or has AI somehow already arisen, and is it laying out the honeypot to make sure no humans catch up to it? And how does it do it? The allure of Bitcoin, which, unlike anything else, just nobody knows who Satoshi is. Like the 10% left behind in Afghanistan. It's just, we just don't bring that up. We just don't bring that up. We just don't know who it is. Yeah, the Bitcoin. Yeah, no one knows the inventor. Yeah. Anyway, and it's just like, no, what do you mean anyway? We just.
Yeah, I know.
So there is some weird. There is just some weird honeypot. So, but to bring that into climate change, what you were saying, $150 trillion. I look at it as, I always try to like zoom out and almost pretend that I'm like looking at events as like an alien, and there's like no sound. I don't understand the language, and it's almost like a time lapse. I'm just looking at what happens. So like what happened at the Gulf of Tonkin? We moved a lot of military weaponry to Vietnam. We got closer to the Soviet Union. What is 9/11? An attack that led to us putting armaments on top of the world's oil supply and in proximity to Russia and China.
Absolutely.
So I always zoom out.
The Gulf War too.
Yeah.
We suckered Saddam into the Gulf War.
Yeah. So I always just look at like what is happening on the chessboard. Forget everything else. Forget flags, pride with the media. Just where are the actual things moving?
So have you read George Friedman? George Friedman, America's Secret War. He's been pretty quiet. He ran Stratfor, which is that's an intelligence analog of Blackwater.
I've had on this, I think, the CTO of Stratfor.
Yeah, and then they got their emails hacked, and that was it. It was over.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened there. I have no idea what happened.
But so I always just look at what is happening on the chessboard. And so if I look at climate change, I go, oh, well, this is resource extraction. It's saying who can grow and where, right? It's a new justification for lockdowns. And it is just taxation. It's the Paris Accords. Those are just the beginning. It is the ultimate extraction of wealth. Regardless if it's crypto or if it's cash or gold, you're just saying we need more taxes.
But these are not sovereign state-based encompassed plans necessarily.
So is there some?
So you might be thinking in an antiquated,
no.
border-based country.
I'm not saying that. It might be something supranational. It might be a World Economic Forum. It might be
or Silicon Valley, or who the hell knows?
Whatever. A transnational ball of power.
Right.
That is what I look at. So I wanted to ask you, because now we've been going on all these about past ones. What do you think is going on? And I'm open to all, like I haven't figured it out. What was and what is COVID, the vaccine rollout, and everything along with it? I have yet to come to a conclusion that I can stand on.
Well, so it's clear. I think the evidence is pretty compelling that COVID existed for years before the pandemic. I think that's out there. I think they already had the vaccine sort of flavored technology. I think China already knew HCQ helped when you got sick. I think they already had therapeutic stuff working. There was something so mysterious about it breaking out next to the Chinese Wuhan lab. If I were going to release a vaccine, a pandemic, I wouldn't release it next to my own bioweapons lab.
If you were
So,
the CIA, you might release it next to
but
there.
no, that's right. But so I would say that the least likely culprit to do an intentional release are the Chinese, because why would you release it in your own backyard? I could imagine, this Martin Armstrong guy, who's a creative outside the box thinker. He thinks he implied Gates Foundation behind the release, which is a bold statement. Clearly, Gates has got eugenics streaks in him like there's no tomorrow. Gates is a funny guy because he seems as though he's on the spectrum enough that he at times he can't lie very well.
No.
He's like in the movie Liar Liar, where Jim Carrey can't not lie, right? So all of a sudden, there's some classics, like when they asked about his affiliation with Epstein, and he says, well, he's dead now, so you have to be careful. And I'm going, did he just say that?
What kind of answer is that?
Yeah, and then when he's talking in a TED talk, he's talking about population vaccines, and he says, with really good vaccines, we could reduce the population 15%. I'm going, Bill, I think that would make the population go up, not down, unless you're marching to a different drummer, which I think he might be. He talked about how this pandemic, if it didn't get their attention, the next one will.
Mm-hmm.
Phrases like that. And you go, so at some point you go, holy shit, Bill just can't.
Last week he said, sadly, Omicron has
Sadly.
vaccinated most people on the planet.
And the articles about it didn't put in the sadly part. They left that part out.
It's the most.
And he said, sadly, the Omicron variant acted like a vaccine. Yeah, we're all brokenhearted, Bill.
We are.
So what is going on? It could be an unintentional leak. That I have no trouble with. It could be an intentional leak. I don't have any evidence of that. If I had it, I'd love to give it up, but I don't. It's very clear that there's guys all inside that community who knew how fucked up it was, right? The guys who signed that letter saying it was a conspiracy theory, those guys should all be hung from the balls until dead, which wouldn't be long for most of us, because that would hurt so much that I would think death would be coming on quickly.
Yeah, that would be.
So I think that the plot line makes total sense, except for the question of what's the goal, and is it population thinning? I don't know. Is it population control mechanisms? Are they exercising mechanisms for? So here's I think an astroturf mechanism. I think cancel culture is not a grassroots thing. I don't think cancel culture comes from the left, right? It's undeniable. Right wingers don't do cancel culture. They might at times get angry at someone and want to attack them, but cancel culture is an explicit, let's bring the guy down to his knees idea. Let's destroy the person because we don't agree with him. I don't think the right wing thinks that way. I also think it may very well be something that has been created and concocted and explored. So when I got canceled, I can tell you how it went. It's really interesting. Remember the guy in Buffalo got knocked over, the old man? He got knocked over by the cops.
Mm-mm.
He was an old man. He was poking the cops and they gave him a shove. He fell back, cracked his head. So late at night, Chris Irons posted, said, oh, this is just awful. And I looked at the video. I hadn't seen it yet. And I said, Chris, we're going to do a podcast. I said, we can talk about it some more on Saturday, but I got to take the other side of that. I said, I don't know why he was poking the cops, which he was. I said, I don't know what he was doing there. It's a war zone. It looks self-inflicted to me. That's not a very inflammatory tweet, right? Because I actually said, look, I sort of reluctantly, I have to take the other side, right? There was no what an asshole, he deserved it. No flavor like that. Within 20 minutes, my Twitter feed was a complete dumpster fire. My email box was filling up the email box of the department chair, the associate chair, the dean, the provost, the president were all filling up within a half an hour. Within a half an hour, I got an email from the group called FIRE, it's an acronym that defends free speech on campus, lawyers who defend free speech on campus. I don't know how they picked up on it. And it turns out there was a guy in Hollywood, a Hollywood actor, who tweeted it, and it got screen grabbed, but then he deleted it. And he didn't even say much. I've looked at his tweet to see, is there a code word in there to say, go get him? Is there like a safety word, the reverse of a safety word, right? But so by morning, my world was a mess. And I wake up and I walk into the room after showering, and there's the goddamn guy getting shoved over in Buffalo going, oh man, I apparently picked a bad hill to die on today. And it just got ugly, but it happened too quickly. And then the other thing I noticed, one of the oddest things was that, you know the guys, you ever watch The West Wing, the TV show?
No.
It's a very quick-witted, the boomers would know The West Wing. And there's this one guy on it. I'm gonna get his name so someone can check. West Wing cast and crew, well-known actor if you're a boomer. His name is where the fuck is he? God, he's now off the page. He used to be there. In any event, famous guy. And so as soon as I locked down my Twitter feed, I also went and deleted all the recent follows. Right? I said, okay, anyone who's followed me in the last 45 minutes, I want nothing to do with at this point. And there was this blue check mark famous Hollywood actor. I go, okay, he's either James Woods, and I'm letting him in, or he's some lefty and I'm blocking him. And I went and checked his Twitter feed, and he was a lefty, so I blocked him. But it all happened so fast that if you'd said, okay, let's say this happened, what would it be like? Well, you'd expect the Cornell kids maybe to get a beat on it, and it started to pick up momentum, and the next day it picked up. No, it was ASAP. It was so fast that Cornell didn't know it hit it. I didn't know it hit me. And so I think the thing was spring loaded. And I might have been a target in the sites because twice I had done battle against labor unions on campus, and twice I had defeated them. The second time was almost single-handedly, where I was the only guy fighting it in public, and they picked a fight with me, and then the fight was on, and I was able to get the ideas out, and they lost by a reasonable margin, and they smeared me. And so that shit all showed up immediately. They dredged all that shit up. It still shows up. But once in a while, I'll tweet something. They'll go, well, this guy's such a fucking loser. Look at this. And they'll dredge up some article from 2017. So I think cancel culture is a mechanism, a tool. I think the pandemic is a tool. I think climate change is a tool. And whether they're exploring means of controlling the masses in a general sense, sort of like the military, well, let's explore this kind of weapon. You know that weapon where it looks like a radar, but it heats the shit out of you? They call it crowd control.
Yeah.
And people repel from it. And you go, and I was talking to a colonel one day, and I said, yeah, and that's on setting 1, isn't it? He said, yeah, probably.
Yeah. No, just R&D, sure.
Just a little R&D. So they'll explore everything. So I think the control culture, whatever you call it, I think they're exploring mechanisms to control the population. And here's one of my theories. One of my theories is that the guys in, let's call them Davos man, right? Are they wise and all-knowing? I don't know, but they know more than I do, probably. Maybe not, but probably. What if they're looking down on the world and they're saying, look, China's growing like a demon, India's growing like a demon, the United States is a big consumer, we don't have the resources, period, we're done. We don't have the resources. Sure. And we know that that's about Afghanistan, that's the Afghanistan story, there's no doubt that's true. And but what if they really can see the end in sight for resources that are going to be unbelievably painful to give up? So what would you do? Would you come out the next day and say, we just have to stop consuming? Or would you come up with a warm, fuzzy teary-eyed, we have to save the world plot.
It's exactly what you do. You'd go Brave New
Right.
World, not 1984.
That's right. So this is not Hunger Games. This is now we need. That's right. Brave New World, not 1984. That's exactly right. And so then the question is, are they basically trying to get us to save the world? And I gave a talk in Louisiana.
And in their mind, actually save the world.
That's right. And it might be they're right in the sense that they might be they're saying, look, we've done the math. We can't consume even half of what we're consuming now at half the population.
Yeah.
And if you really thought that, right? If you really believe that,
True believer.
everything makes sense. Everything makes sense. So that's the grand theory of everything. That is my grand, and I called it that. I said, working on the grand theory of everything. This year I wrote about it, and I said, that's my grand theory of everything. Is that the world is this, the earth is a sphere. It's finite. We know that. I was a big peak oil guy.
Mm-hmm.
I read every book, Matt Simmons, Hubbard's Peak, all that crap. And the fact that we were able to push back sort of the peak production of fossil fuels by fracking our ass up doesn't mean it's not coming. By definition, we will run out of fossil fuel at some point if we just keep using it. By definition, we have to, unless you believe the theory that it's being generated in the Earth's core. But even by that, we're finite.
Can't go forever.
Can't go forever. So now I have friends who are at Exxon who say it's going to last 500 years at least, which point I don't give a fuck. But I don't think so. So here's an interesting hint. There was in my climate change write-up, I ran into a leaked document from Exxon, which they said, Exxon believes in climate change. And I read the document, and that's not what they did. A couple of Exxon scientists did a totally credible survey of the climate change literature from the public literature. They just put it all together. I'm going, oh, this is a nice review article. And it was for internal consumption, not external. But there wasn't hyperbole or anything in it. It was just, they're going, this is the state of the art. It was written back in 84. The most interesting thing in the whole document was a statement that said that before CO2 becomes a problem, we think we're going to start running short of fossil fuels. It's the first time I've ever read a document out of one of the big oil companies sort of admitting in an unvarnished sort of way that there could be an end in sight.
You should read Private Empire by
Private
Steve
Empire.
Call. It's about ExxonMobil. Steve Call, C-O-L-L.
Okay, Amazon. And that's about
all of ExxonMobil. Just everything to do with Exxon, including climate change.
Oh, there it is. Steve Call rings a bell.
Yeah, he's
what else is he?
Written director at Secret War or Ghost
War. Secret War, I think, is the one that's ringing a bell.
It makes me think, though, because I agree with everything you're saying, and I think about COVID is the low-hanging fruit is, trying to release it to attack the U.S. And then very quickly you go, well, why would it be next to Wuhan? That would be us, unless China's doing some agent move. But then I think it's global, and I do think it's probably true believers. It's probably people that are going, this is beyond America, beyond Russia, beyond Madagascar, beyond everything. We are infinitely growing species with infinitely growing needs with a finite amount of substrate.
Right.
I think what it probably is it's not COVID itself. It's probably in the vaccine. I don't think it's going to be everyone drops dead. I think it's going to be a very passive, almost sort of like judo depopulation. And that what it probably is sterilization.
Yeah. So I wrote about that too. The sleeping giant in the COVID vaccine story, there are three, in my opinion. One is the possibility of neurological problems showing up later.
Mm-hmm.
One is the possibility of cardiac problems showing up later, more bigly than now. One is the possibility of sterilizing young women because it's known that the lipid nanoparticle goes straight to the ovaries.
Yeah.
Right? Malone makes that point very well, as you probably know. And so, so if you want to sterilize all the young women of the world, they just did. If that lipid nanoparticle, which itself is supposed to be cytotoxic,
Mm-hmm.
and then the spike protein, and the $1,000,000 question I can't get an answer to that I believe. I get all sorts of people giving me fucking answers, but I don't need an answer that some guy's blowing it out of his ass no as much as I do. Is whether or not the mRNA is getting into the DNA. And I know there are mechanisms that it could. There are mechanisms by which, for example, a virus with reverse transcriptase could use that reverse transcriptase to send the mRNA into the DNA, right? And if it's getting into our DNA, and I think it's McCullough said that they're getting spike protein out of daughter cells, means cells that have been spun off of existing cells, which means it is in the DNA. I think that's what it means, because I don't think the spun off cell could carry mRNA with it from the injection. Then it means we are spike protein factories. And what it could also mean, and when McCullough said the spike protein's hanging out for 15 months, my understanding of extraneous proteins running around your system is they get cleaned out pretty quickly. Your body doesn't let your blood get polluted and shit like that. Yeah. Just your liver, your whatever the hell does it. It's been a long time since I paid attention to this shit, but I don't think it's in your circulating system for 15 months, which means it's being generated. And that's a problem. So I'm vaccinated. The decision to vaccinate was back when I wasn't going to vaccinate right away because I didn't trust it. When it became clear that people weren't just going to die immediately in big numbers, I said, okay, it's looking safer. It's a Bayesian statistical problem. You just keep the probability of danger changes with time.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, there's still always risk, but and then I decided to do it in part because my wife, I think, wanted me to. And I was told Cornell was going to mandate it. And I said, Dave, you're always fighting the system. Maybe this is the time to just do it with the community instead of going against it. And this Majid guy said the same thing. I'm going, thank you. I appreciate you saying that.
99% I know have it. Yeah.
I boosted because Cornell said booster quit. And I just wasn't ready to quit. And since I had already gotten the vaccine, I go, look, I'm either fucked already or I could get hurt by the booster.
Yeah.
But I think the big risk is the first two. Now, I'm in a doctor Zoom group that's had all the guys you talked about, had all the big players, had Kennedy, had, I wasn't there last night, but Steve Kirsch showed up. And they are all convinced I'm going to die.
I've had Kirsch on here.
That's good.
Sorry.
He's a tough interview.
Yeah.
Because he's pretty revved up.
He's analytical immediately.
But also, so when he did his interview with Malone and Weinstein,
which is how I discovered both Malone and Kirsch.
He boned it though.
He was revved up. He's talked about it since. He said he's gone back and looked at that, and he feels bad. Yeah, he was so revved up because he was Dr. Malone, let me finish. I think that's why he was very peaceful. He's very peaceful on mine. I got the watered down.
I think he got the message. I think he got the memo.
Passionate, but he's passionate. That's
right. See, I could do that too easily in a three-way interview, right? Yeah. You and I can bat it back and forth and probably not get in the way too much, but in a three-way, and Malone being so soft-spoken.
Yeah.
But the killer in that one interview was when he kept saying, "Let me finish," when we're going, dude, you've been talking straight.
Yeah.
Right. If I'm talking for 20 minutes and I say, "Let me finish," that's even worse than me just mowing you over.
Yeah.
Right. That's a total lack of self-awareness. So he'd learned from that. That was good.
All right. Yeah. I sidetracked the conversation. So you're on the Zoom meeting with all of them.
I'm on Zoom and they're convinced I'm going to die from this. And I said, okay, guys, could you tell me if this is just an opinion or if you have some data? And it really was just opinion. And so at some point, I kind of live with the idea, okay, if you are going to kill me with the vaccine, I'm not sure I want to be here anyways. I've done everything I want to do. You know, I've gone around the bases enough times that my legs are rubbery now. I've done what I want. If I haven't done what I want already, I'm fucking up, because I could go do anything I want. And so why am I not doing it? Now, on the other hand, the other lurking danger out there is the cancer spiking problem.
Yeah.
I think it's quite possible that we're going to discover the role the immune system plays in cancer. So I have a friend who got diagnosed, who felt bad for the first time in the Thanksgiving, got diagnosed in December, and is supposedly at the end of his rope now. That's a fast moving cancer. And that's what this guy, Ryan Cole, who would be fun to get on if you haven't, that's what he says he's seeing. He does a lot of pathology stuff, and he says they're seeing a tremendous spike in cancers.
Yeah.
And they're blaming it on people neglecting the cancer during the lockdown, which in the very least means they fucked up the lockdown.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah. And yeah, I think that's as a side, I think that's a cover, just like it is from
I think that's a cover too.
all those news titles where it's like climate change may be causing heart attacks in infants. And it's like, or
just this morning, the CDC, I think it was the CDC, puts out a public service announcement saying, what are the symptoms of blood clots? And I'm going, you got to be kidding me. The CDC is putting out blood clot warnings?
And they're all
without fessing up that they're part of the problem?
They're calling it PPSD, right? Post-pandemic stress disorder. That's what they're calling it. They're saying it's going to lead to a rise of myocarditis. And it's like, bro.
Bullshit. It's bullshit, right?
It's the first time in human history that we've done an mRNA vaccine. Like
and the pandemic is we got a bunch of kids who are totally behind the 8 ball developmentally.
CDC lowered
completely fucked it.
Did you see that in the last week? CDC lowered the qualifications for what they say, like
by 20%. By 20%.
Like the milestones for vocabulary development.
That's right. I did the math. They were all about 20% lower.
Yeah, so they just lowered the requirements.
That's right. So now it's standard to be dumber.
Yeah. No, they're trying to normalize being a retard.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I look at it. So I look at the whole idea of like a passive sterilization, and it probably not in some, because it's a bunch of, QAnon satanic pedophiles who want to watch the world suffer. Probably some of them, but I would say it's probably true believers.
But Stalin was a true believer.
Well, I know. And so was the Einsatzgruppen, who that's how they would justify.
That's right.
I've interviewed Richard Rhodes before, author of Masters of Death. That's how the Einsatzgruppen would justify to each other shooting women and children, because if they didn't do it, their kids would have to do it. They were true believers, so they get blind drunk and mow down the kids.
Right.
But if you were a true believer, which means that you're sincerely doing it for the better of all humanity, right? So we got to go on that track. Right. It's not just a bunch of guys.
Or you have to do it, whatever. Some variant of either I have to do it or it's the right thing.
Self-preservation.
Right.
Wouldn't you just dump all the money into either or both space flight and nuclear fusion?
There's no question. Well, the problem is it might be that nukes aren't the only limiting resource, that energy is not the only limiting resource.
Okay.
So if you're looking, you're going, holy shit, nuke doesn't begin to solve our problems. So I have yet another theory. I think we're going to have an energy crisis, which is going to be totally engineered. Part of that came from the fact that every single thing in 2021 seemed to either disrupt energy or look like it intentionally disrupted energy, whether it's a hacking of a pipeline or a blowing up of a refinery or Biden shutting down a pipeline. It looked like the Germans shutting down their nuclear plants. And so one of my theories is that you could usher in the nuclear age in earnest by cajoling Joe Sixpack into accepting the idea. Or you could bring in a fucking scary ass energy crisis and get him to beg.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
begged. They're begging for vaccines for their children. How sick is that? Anyone listening, if you're begging for vaccines for your children, you are a sick bastard. There's not a shred of a scientific argument for vaccinating your children unless you think your children are more expendable than their grandparents.
Yeah.
And somehow you're delusional enough to think that will help. You want to save your grandparents, don't let the grandchildren visit.
See, I
But you're
don't,
vaccinating 6-month-olds.
with nuclear, I don't think you'd have to do the whole Hegelian dialectic. I think you'd have some screaming hippies, but you'd very quickly get over it when all of a sudden everyone's power bill went down by 98%. I don't think you'd have to
Well,
do
but you can't get the power bill down without putting in the nukes.
Well, that's
So
what
I think
that's right. But I mean, in terms of all things, like I get you got to do a 9/11 if you want to justify a 20-year occupation, right? You got to do
Right.
something big. You got to do a COVID if you want to justify war with China in the South China Sea, right? You got to do something.
Right.
I don't see I think they could just easily do a media campaign like they have for COVID or for
nukes.
like for trans kids to you can just see the little fucking the gay ass ads now. It'll be like, listen, energy's changing. The little music, you'd have like the YouTube thing, and it'll be those weird
That's
animated characters they do, and it'd be like fusions. If they can push an mRNA vaccine on kids, they can pull off a fusion campaign.
Well, so maybe or just fission.
Or we don't even need to get weird. We just go fission.
Right. I've been talking to this guy who was in the nuclear industry, and he said that the second gen modern era nuclear plants are so good and so efficient that you could basically consume the refined uranium or whatever it is down to zero. The old plant used to use like 6% of the refined shit, and then you had waste.
I've had on fission operators and researchers. I've had on guys from
And
Oxford.
so these new plants are great. So here's the deal. The other possibility is that the climate change thing is all about nukes. Because what's been odd is that the climate change worriers, catastrophists, never seem to mention nukes.
Yeah, they never.
And it makes no sense. And it's like, dude, but it wasn't many years ago, by the way, that everything was about pollution and what was going to save us was natural gas. The climate change guys have fucked that up.
Yeah.
Because we were told, oh, we can't burn oil now, we can't burn coal. Natural gas is the clean energy of the future. And all of a sudden now we can't do that. What's that all about?
If it was truly about energy, they'd eventually just go, because I get the fission thing, right? You can't really rape that for money. But if you were a true believer and thought that humanity was coming to an end, you'd go, hey, we got to drop the fucking profit, but we got to do fission reactors everywhere.
That's right. And we can find a way to make money, right? The internet.
Yeah, they'll find a way.
They didn't know how to make money off the internet for a number of years, right?
They'll find a way, which makes me think maybe it's not, maybe you're right.
Which includes just give government subsidies that are so, for example, I think I don't think Facebook is making money off clicks, right?
No, I think
Facebook is getting handed big wads of fucking money.
Yeah, and then they're also offered that we won't break you up with an anti-monopoly trust so long as maybe you do our bidding and circumvent the First Amendment, and then whoop, you guys stay profitable. There's no way
That's right.
Twitter is still a viable stock. There's the
No,
most toxic
and there's no way that Tesla is.
Yeah.
Tesla doesn't know how to make cars. They know how to make cars on a sort of one-on-one basis. They don't know how to mass produce them. You want to make an electric car, you call in Toyota, General Motors, Volvo. They know how to make electric cars.
Yeah,
they will do it.
Had on the former VP of R&D at GM, Larry Burns.
But they know how to make cars.
That's what I mean. No, he was talking
about Tesla can't even make a door that doesn't freeze up in the winter.
Yeah.
Right? The lock, they needed some warming mechanism because the lock kept freezing up. They don't know how to make cars.
So it's not just energy.
It's not just energy. It's not just.
But this is all also going on the assumption that they're true believers. Could it just be they're going, listen, we got a good thing going on. Fuck these people.
Well, it could be.
It could just be, fuck them. They might just look at it and go, we could do nuclear fusion, space travel, nanotechnology, or Well, you just kill everybody.
Yeah, and make a lot of money. You're right.
You don't need, well, you don't need money. I think they're waiting. You never want to kill all the people because the people are the ones that do all the menial tasks, and it's had to have been
Well,
that because the
how
pharaohs,
how many serfs do you need in the digital world?
once you get to a point where you have autonomous robots with opposable thumbs, and or you can just upload into a VR.
Well, this super lefty economist, I think he is, maybe an anthropologist who's now dead, named Graeber. He wrote 4,000 Years of Debt, I think it was. He describes how many bullshit jobs are in the world. And this is something I didn't know, but apparently there's a tremendous percentage of the population where they literally don't know what to do every day.
Just going through the motions.
We can argue you and I fit that category because we just been sitting there talking all day, right?
To me, I think this is the height of figuring it out.
Well, that's right. So we're the brains. We're the brains.
Hey man, I figured it out. I figured it out.
We'll orchestrate. We'll tell the guys with the pipe wrenches how to do it.
Work harder, Surf. Eat cake. But sorry, use 4,000 Years of Debt.
Right. It was okay. I didn't agree with the whole book, but it was okay. 4,000 years. But it was a different book where he talked about the bullshit jobs. I think it's actually called Bullshit Jobs. I think that's the title. And in any event, it really, really, really appears like the world is going through what's called a phase change, where it all of a sudden goes, from liquid to solid. That's a phase change in chemistry, where all of a sudden it just goes from one form that you're familiar with to a new form that's unrecognizable to you. Right?
Seems like it's instant, but it's been actually been.
It reminds me of my Boston Terrier got fixed, and while he was recovering and stoned out of his gourd, we brought him home. We got a 6-inch snowstorm. And so he's still sort of half baked, and I put him outside. And all of a sudden there's 6 inches of snow. And he's going, fuck, what's this shit? Right? And I was watching him, he was like standing trying to eat, and he's like tipping over his bowl and shit. Then I put him outside, and there's snow.
Complete
and he's going, holy, a complete head fuck, right? Complete mind-boggling moment. And we could go through that. And that gets us, if you read The Fourth Turning, you probably ought to put that on your list. Right. That's the one, that's the cult favorite, which the guys say that society cycles in 80-year cycles, 20-year subcycles. They wrote it in 96. They said that the fourth turnings are the bad ones. That's when society loses its shit. When was the last fourth turning? World War II-ish, Great Depression, fucked up times. It was before that, Civil War. Before that, Revolutionary War. Before that, no one gets, but you'll get it as soon as I say it. Salem witch trials. Okay. So you go back 80 years, you keep hitting society going batshit. They wrote the book in 96. They said, if all goes according to rhythm. They say, why does society change? He said, you have wars during all the different turnings, but it's the fourth turning when you just lose your shit, right? The war is no longer a border war, a skirmish. It's World War III, right? And they said in 96, they said, if all goes according to plan, it's like walking, your right foot goes next because your left foot is done. And it changes quickly. We went from Annette Funicello and Bobby Darin in the 50s to the Doors and acid rock. And it happened almost overnight. Yeah. Anti-war shit, just batshit. And we went from that all of a sudden where next thing you know, it's disco and guys want to make money and they're mercenary and they're no longer, anti-establishment. 80s. And right, exactly. And they said, if all goes according to plan, the next fourth turning, again, 20 years of shit will start in 2010. You start playing back the tape and you go, the crisis started in 2008, 2009. Yeah. What was that the start of the fourth turning? Not quite. 9/11? What's that?
Was 9/11 the starting, or was
no? Here's the funny thing. So if you go to Amazon and you look at the early reviews of the fourth turning back in 9/11, people bought the book and read it thinking it's going to explain to me what we're facing. And they didn't like it. And one of the reasons they didn't like it is because although 9/11 was bad, we were not yet in a fourth turning. A fourth turning is when things really go to shit. So 9/11, Gulf War, all that shit was not anything like World War II,
Yeah, it was par for the course.
not Civil War, right? Not Revolutionary War. That was just an event.
It wasn't a pandemic.
And so then the question is, what happens in 2008, 2009? And the answer is, we got our ass kicked. My opinion is the fourth turning might have been ushered in when the authorities fucked up the response to it.
To 2008.
Yeah, and they bailed out all the banks and let the people eat shit and die. And people got mad. What do you get next? You get Occupy Wall Street. That was the first digital social movement.
Yeah.
Occupy Wall Street. The Aaron Schwartz, shit, right?
Suicided.
And so now all of a sudden it just gets grumpier and grumpier and grumpier. So now this is why I mentioned that while you were gone, I think I mentioned while I was doing a Dave cast, we are poised to head into a terrible financial crisis. And if you look at metrics evaluation of all the markets, the bond market's at 5,000-year highs. The stock market's at all-time highs compared to any other era, if you look at the right metrics. And the central banks are doing just batshit crazy stuff to try to keep the beach ball in the air. When this thing finally lets go, and according to a very famous hedge fund manager I was chatting with last week, one that most of your readers would know, they go, holy fuck, I know that guy. He said the bubble has popped. And he's one of the guys that I'm having dinner with on Wednesday, the Billionaire Club. And I am dying to find out what those guys are saying.
Can you bring me up and wear like a trench coat and I will hide in the bottom half?
Well, it depends what you do under there.
I gotta earn my keep.
Yeah. I don't even know what I can say about it because I don't know if this is like we'd have to kill you thing.
Don't. I'm already interviewing.
No.
I've already interviewed Dr. Malone. I'm close. I'm on enough people's mercenary lists. Don't get me on more.
Well, but I also not sure what it's going to be. But it could get really interesting if these guys start chatting.
They
get serious.
Just ask them. Be like, hey, we're going to do a FaceTime call with this dipshit. He has a podcast named Tommy.
Well, one of them, I've tried to get to do podcasts before, and he wouldn't do it.
What if you brought him on as a co-guest?
No. When I tried to get him on what's called Real Vision one day, and he says to me, well, now I'm going to feel really guilty about turning him down. So he will not do podcasts.
Fair enough.
And actually, not totally true. He did a couple on his own accord, and I don't know why he did them, but I usually have lunch or dinner with him maybe once a year, and then there's a couple others. So the last one to sign up, the guy sends me the email and says, "Oh, here's the final dinner list," and the last one to sign up is this stupendously famous Wall Street guy, and I emailed back and I said, couldn't you get someone famous or powerful to come? the guy calls me, says, were you joking? I said, yes, I was joking. Fuck. Yeah, this is one of the Death Star guys, right? And this is one of the guys. There can't be a listener out there who hasn't heard this guy. And what I'm trying to figure out is, can I get a photo? Can I get a selfie of this group? This is like an entire 10-body round table bucket list for me, this crowd.
Jesus.
But I just don't know if they're going, no, I don't want my face out there, right? I just don't know. It's not like they're not in public, but I just don't know. I don't know if it's uncouth. I don't know. They're just, so I'm going to talk to the guy who's organizing it and saying, if you can get a photo in the group, I want it. Just in case you get an opportunity, dude, grab that photo. But it might be, no, these guys do not want to be photographed at this dinner.
You got to play it cool. No, you can't.
Well, I do, but this guy might be able to do it, right? So I got to find out from him. If I can get him to take a photo, if he says, oh, no, he's been holding these dinners. They call them founders dinners. And they're all founders. And I'm just, and he says at the end, he's going to have everyone give up their best idea.
Do you think they're pulling you in to let you in on what's really going on?
No, this guy decided I was such an idiosyncratic character, he'd bring me in. So you look at the list, then there's me, and you go, who's the outlier? I am so far outlier.
Portchester?
Well, they're all founders. One's a former CEO of something so fucking big. And then there's me. And he read something I wrote, and he said, fuck. And he says, can I get you to come to dinner? And I looked at the dinner list. I go, yep.
I'll try to make it.
Yeah, I'll try to make it. One time I drove all the way to New York and back just to spend the afternoon with two guys, one named Grant Williams, another one named Simon Mikhailovic, just to chat with them. I just got in the car, drove 4 hours each way just to chat with them, you know. Some guys are worth it.
Dr. McCullough invited me down on New Year's Eve, like 2 weeks prior. He invited me to come down on New Year's Eve just for a day to come meet him at Alex Jones's studio. And
oh wow, that would be like
Dr. McCullough and I have Dr. McCullough and I have become buddies. And I was
so I don't know this crowd well, even though I've been burrowing through it. But the guy who showed up out of nowhere about a month and a half ago is now very prominent. Is a guy named Ed Dowd, and I
the BlackRock guy.
Yeah, Eddie and I have known each other for years.
I've been trying to get him on my podcast because I saw something he said about how the
you and he are kind of soulmates. Ed goes outside the box comfortably.
Because I saw something he said the other week about, he's like, although Warp Speed has no liability for all these companies, fraud vitiates that agreement. And so Pfizer and Moderna might actually be on the hook for all this shit.
It's fascinating because Ed seemed to be just kind of watching for the longest time. And I would say it was maybe 3 months ago. All of a sudden, the first I got wind of him getting serious was when they had some shindig in Maui and he connected up with McCullough and Malone in Maui. And you know, I'm thinking, Ed, you didn't invite me, you pig fucker. And he's been on it. He's like he's kind of like Steve Kirsch, sort of self-appointed warrior. And so yeah, I can
got to put in a word.
Help you out with
that for me,
Eddie. I can put in a word for. I don't know if he'll do it.
Oh no! I mean, listen, about 1% of people I ask do it. So.
Oh, I would think it would be more than that.
No, you send out about now the percentage is slowly increasing, but I would say for the first 18 months, you send out.
Are we connected on Twitter? I
don't think so. Tommy's podcast. I'm following you.
I thought I did.
MMYS_podcast.
I thought I did. Oh fuck. Okay. Apologies.
No, I don't care, dude.
No, it just unfollowed. I think I'd followed you because when I clicked it, it just flickered and then it went to the unfollow mode.
Who gives a shit?
Whatever, we're connected now.
Oh.
Your listeners should know. Can you imagine how the world would look? The difference in the appearance of the world through Twitter and not through Twitter?
Well, so I download like 10 social media apps every day just to post my podcast. And then I delete them all because I like seeing the lens through my own eyes. I don't keep them on my phone, so I can't scroll, not even passively. You know, when you find yourself just on Twitter, you go, how have I got here?
Well, I don't scroll through the tweets as much as I used to, but the fact of the matter is like so much stuff still comes through Twitter. I'll get DMs from people and stuff. Yeah. And if you're getting your news from CNN, your world is a totally different world.
Yeah, I don't watch any news and I don't do social media. I think I kind of just get it through the people I talk to. I don't have Netflix or HBO. I'm a weird fucking person, dude. I listen to audiobooks and some Tim Dillon in the evening.
Well, I don't do anything but Twitter. You must read Zero Hedge.
Yeah, I do look at Zero Hedge. Not every day.
Okay.
I do like that. I like Malone's on Getter. I follow Malone on Getter.
You know, here's the funny thing about Getter.
It's owned by the Chinese too.
Yeah, I know. And I got that information from the guy who founded Mozilla, Brave. And so that's Brendan Ike, and he told me that he thought it was a Chinese, but they're all Chinese psyops.
All Chinese. I've interviewed the people at Parler and the people that left Parler to start other. It all goes back to that.
Yeah, it's if you're if you're on any of these platforms, people are listening, right? And if you're using equipment, I don't care what country the chip came from. There's shit in that chip.
See, that's why you got.
But I think the Israelis are really good, but the Chinese are no slouch, and I have no idea what we are. But I would think we're probably pretty bad, although I'm not sure how many chips we make here.
See, I cut them off at the pass, and I just preemptively put everything online. So there's nothing else to listen to. They just hear me walking around my apartment farting and listening to Tim Dillon. They're like, "Fuck, where's the juice?" I'm like, "The juice is out here. You gotta."
This guy's not our enemy. There's no risk here. This guy's too looned.
Yeah, I always try to give shout outs to the NSA if they're listening. I'm like, just subscribe. I've always wanted it to happen. Or like one day, God willing, my podcast becomes huge. I just want to be able to say like, hey, NSA, like flicker the lights.
Did you see that tweet by the guy from, it wasn't NSA, but it was Satcom, I think. And it was this garbled tweet. And then it was followed by a tweet that said, ignore that last tweet. And it turns out his toddler had gotten a hold of his laptop.
Jesus.
This is Satcom.
Oh, God. Do you think that's what it really was?
No, I have no idea.
You think it's
I got the funniest email one day from an NIH program director who they give out all this money. They're not Fauci. He's higher up, but they're underneath the Faucis of the world. And one morning, like 5:30 in the morning, I get this tweet that says fuck from the guy. And I'm thinking, oh, this is a problem. And so I sent him an email back giving him an idea for cover. I said, I think you've got a virus problem. Someone's grabbed a hold of your Twitter feed. About 10 minutes later, I get an apology, which was clearly sent to everyone. And it turns out he was having a computer problem. And he wrote fuck, and hit send, and he sent it to his list. Probably 5,000 fucking people.
Jesus.
And I ran into him, and we were laughing about it. I said, oh my God, when I saw that, I'm thinking, oh, there's no way. The funniest though, we had an IT guy at Cornell who was having an affair with a chick at Cornell. And they were swapping emails all day about what they were going to do to each other with Wesson oil and duct tape and you name it. And then he somehow autofilled his listserv on one of the last things. The entire email trail went out to thousands.
How do you?
When you do something like that where you sit and you go, oh my God, what did I just do? Like you deleted a file that you realize the panic feeling. Can you imagine his sense of panic when he realized he just sent an email to his entire listserv?
Or that might have been the moment of enlightenment because you realized his life before that moment and that life after.
Well, neither was employed the next week.
Oh, okay.
I think they both said we just have to go, including from the wives and husbands, right? I think
that's what I mean.
It was
the most.
It was like 30 or 40 exchanges.
Was it the most liberating moment where they lost the job, the spouse that they clearly weren't happy with?
That's an optimistic view.
View. Are they free? Was that their Buddha moment?
Well, they're definitely free. I'm not sure you want to be that free. I don't know.
I don't know, man. Well, I was gonna say it's 5. We've been going for 3 hours. I'm gonna pee one more time.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I normally do an hour podcast. I'm fine.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go pee one more time, and I want to come back, and I started last week with Malone, and I want to start doing it with guests like yourself, like Malone, just interesting guys. I want to start having them make predictions. Malone made a bunch of predictions last week because I've realized the only thing that's ever going to start to break away at MSM is they'll say something, and then they'll switch stance and gaslight you into saying they never said it, right? Masks, mandates, the war in Iraq, whatever. What I'm trying to do is have people start making like predictions,
Real predictions. Stand behind them predictions.
just real things. And if they don't come to fruition, then hey, fuck me, trust MSM.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care.
So that's what I'm trying to do. But until then, I'll be back in 30 seconds. Dave Cast Part 3.
Oh man, I am out of gas. What else have I written about? Here's one for you. I dug into the Epstein story. And if you actually look at the pictures of Epstein on the gurney being dragged out of the hospital, and you look at profiles of Epstein, it's not the same guy. Now, this is the funniest conspiracy theory you will ever hear. When I wrote about the Epstein story back in, was it 2019? I showed a picture of a third guy who had died 3 weeks earlier, who you look at and you go, that could be the guy on the gurney. And you're going, yeah, look at the nose. That matches the guy on the gurney a lot better than Epstein's nose, which was dead straight. And the guy on the gurney had kind of a curl to it. The guy had died 3 weeks earlier. There was no sort of announcement of what he died of, just this very matter-of-fact statement about him dying. And here's the part that will cause you to piss your pants. It was Hillary's brother. Now, I don't care if it's true or not. It is the funniest conspiracy theory of them all. And we're waiting for him to come back. What else have I written about? God damn it. I go off the reservation easily, don't I? We are going to have a big financial crash. I don't know when. And it won't necessarily be a crash. Crashes don't do anything. They serve no purpose. We recover from those. We're going to have a long, multi-year, possibly multi-decade slog.
Did you start the predictions?
No. Oh, I kind of did, actually. I didn't mean to.
I came back. I was
Okay,
like, what is this bastard doing?
Okay, so the prediction number one, we're going to have a big financial crisis, and it's not going to be short. It's not going to be a V bounce, because V bounces don't correct anything. If you V bounce and 6 months later you've recovered, nothing has been fixed, nothing has been solved. Your valuation problem still exists. So the 2020 March bounce was just stupid. It not only didn't correct anything, it left people with a sense of fearlessness, with a sense of invincibility. I think we're going to have something that looks more like either the US from 67 to 71 with a 75% inflation corrected demise over 14 years, or the Nikkei, which is still underwater after 32 years. And if you wonder about, well, what if you don't own the market, but you start averaging in? If you average into the Nikkei starting in 1989 and you put $1,000 a month, every month into the Nikkei, you didn't break even for 18 years. That's how bad that bear market was. And you're still screwed. I mean, you're still totally hosed. We're going to have one of those, in my opinion, and I don't think the Fed can fix it, because I think inflation's got the Fed completely cornered. Now, the other day, one of them said, we're okay with, we're comfortable with the current inflation being within our target of 2%. I'm going, you guys have been smoking way too much pot. Second prediction, I think we're going to have a rising global authoritarianism that's unstoppable, and it's going to last so long that I'm not going to see the end of it.
Will it ever end?
What's that?
Will it ever end?
It might never end, because it really could be one of these things where it becomes annealed, sort of like in concrete, sort of Jimmy Hoffa. Mm-hmm. And then what else? I think we are going to have a energy crisis, which I suspect will be engineered. I suspect they're teeing it up like a golf ball right now. I thought it might be this winter. It's not looking like it, but soon. What the purpose is, I'm not quite sure. We're going to get climate change till we're purple in the face, because there's $150 trillion to be given away, and anyone who wants to admit climate change is a dire problem will get their fair share, and those who deny it won't. And so everyone's going to have their little pitch to say, our new ER needs to be renovated because climate change is causing people to get sick, so give us the money, right? It's just going to be one of those. Everything is going to be hung on the climate change Christmas tree. Central bankers are talking about it like it has anything to do with a central banker. It does not. And what else? I don't think we're going to have a big war between Ukraine and Russia. I think that's being drummed up by the United States. I think Putin is way smarter than our guys. Now he's working with a weak hand because he's got to run Russia, right? This is not exactly a. By the way, that's the friend of mine who called me this morning said buy RSX, which is a mutual fund that I already own. That's a Russian closed-end mutual fund. I think I already mentioned that, but worth pondering. What else? COVID has got to go away soon. I think Canada's a holdout because they couldn't back down, but the rest of the countries are folding as quickly as possible because they don't want a trucker problem. So they're looking at Canada going, okay, Canada can't back down. Trudeau's host. He has no exit channel, but we do. Let's stop now. Leave Trudeau hanging out there in the wind, trying to figure out how to handle his truckers.
Malone said on my podcast last week that the Trudeau Foundation owns 40% of Acuitas, which makes the.
I've heard that.
So do you think it's that, or do you think it's more of a dictator problem?
No.
They can't lose face.
Trudeau is a globalist puppet, and he's being told what to say, and he's sticking it with it. And they can't lose face. They can't lose to the common man. Yeah. I thought they could have at one point, but now they're in too deep. And so they somehow have to show that they can squash you. They've got to prove to the truckers that they will suffer because those truckers really can choke the system. And they've got to prove to the truckers, even if they just stop driving, they can be in trouble, which is, I think, the message. And so they're trying to say that if in any way, shape, or form you're participating in anti-Trudeauian things, you're going to get hurt. And that message is meant to be spread around the world. And therefore, countries that don't want to have to go there are bailing and saying, we're done. And they've already made huge ground, so they'll take their wins. They'll take the gains that they made, the globalist gains, and wait for the next opportunity. I don't think the next one's going to be another pandemic. We won't fall for it. No one will. They'll just say, fuck you.
Yeah.
And the truckers will show up again or something. So it's got to be something else. It's got to be a new.
You do a 9/11.
That's why
2008.
Energy. Cut off the energy supply in everyone's house, and have pipes freeze, have people suffering, have food supplies, and then they'll say, but here's how we save you. And so that's my prediction. What else? What else? I think there'll be a push away from going to college. I think it's already in play.
Yeah. Do you think the 2022 elections will get fortified in the middle of the night?
I think the two teams are pretty much the same. And so I think it'll be a wipeout for the Democrats. And the only problem that poses is the fact that they have to somehow recover from looking bad. Right. So to the extent the Democrats lose, then the whole COVID pandemic story gets hurt a little bit. And, the climate change gets hurt a little bit. So there's that risk. But I think there's no evidence for the Republicans are the good guys.
No, not at all. No. I'm not.
So here's another cute story, by the way. In 2020, I wrote about all the giveaways to families of politicians. I just started anecdotally picking up the pieces here and there. Oh yeah, so and so congressperson, this their wife or their mother or their whatever got this big bailout money here. So I started collecting them, and then I looked, and the first thing I noticed, they were all Republicans. Yeah, well, that's not very good for my team. This is a problem. Yeah. And then I noticed they were located in, wait for it, Texas, Arizona, Georgia, Florida, and Pennsylvania.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Do you think that's something we never touched on? Was the 2020 election stolen?
It was rigged. It was rigged.
I'll start saying I think it is, or think it was.
No, it's easy though. It's First of all, I think the data is good. I think the data supporting the rig is good. And the people say, well, went to court 61 times. No, it went to court 61 times and never got listened to 61 times. Never got to evidentiary. So the data was never laid out on the table. And the recounts are done by the same guys who counted it wrong the first time, right? No, the evidence that it was rigged is the evidence that it was patently obvious that the system would do anything possible to get Trump out.
Yeah.
I find it not imaginable that they forgot to rig the election. It's not imaginable.
Yeah.
They rigged it. They had to rig it. They were willing to do unbelievable other stuff. And here they have a chance to just throw some digits into some computers.
Yeah.
You know who owns Dominion voting machines? Yeah, this part of the story is great. Dominion. So here's what I started watching this story years ago. Diebold controlled the voting machines. Diebold CEO was a Bush Jr. campaign fundraiser, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going, this is not right. This is wrong. Next thing I find out, Dominion owns the voting machines. And they're in Canada. I go, wait a minute, a sovereign state owns our voting machines. I'm going, but I trust the Canadians probably as much as I trust the Americans. So I'm not even sure how to think about this. Turns out Dominion is a subsidiary of a UBS,
Oh God.
Swiss bank subsidiary, which is owned by Beijing. And all of a sudden you go, fuck, China owns our voting machines.
If you and I know that, the intelligence agencies know that, does that mean that the
Everyone
military
knows it.
industrial complex deep state is so powerful they genuinely don't give a fuck who's in a
Well, it's like when there was the secret meeting between during the Afghan pullout, where a secret meeting between one of our guys and Taliban. I'm going, so secret that we all know about it.
Yeah.
Right. When we're hearing, this Zoom podcast, this Dr. Zoom thing, that at one point someone was talking about a Chinese woman who was a whistleblower on China. And this one woman who's an American doctor, but she was born in Romania. She sort of jumps in and says, wait, T.O. If China doesn't want her talking, she will not be talking.
Yeah.
Right. And so you listen, that Korean chick, North Korean, who escaped.
Fuck off. That chick's CIA.
Total fake. Fake. You listen to
Korean
her
chick with big tits, and she just shows up on Rogan and Lex Friedman. She just does the circuits.
You got it. You really want some fun? Dig into who Leanna Wen is, the CNN COVID correspondent.
Yeah. What
She's
about her?
total CCP.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Right. But no one there are people who know this. I can't connect her to CCP. What you can do is connect her entire family to CCP.
I mean, Mitch McConnell.
And I also went and read her papers. She's a Harvard Medical School professor, and her papers are dog shit. Her papers are stupid.
So do you think it's some like fake background?
Someone just made a resume. They just created.
Like
this is like sending John Kerry to Vietnam. Don't let him get hit. Bring him back. Let him testify to Congress as an anti-war guy, right? Next thing you know, he's a presidential candidate.
Yeah.
And then you find a photograph of John Kerry in prep school sitting next to Robert Mueller. 25 kids. There's Robert Mueller. I'm going, okay, so Robert, you're going to be this. John, you're going to do this. Right? They're just building resumes.
Is it all so perfectly rigged? Do you almost have to admire the machine?
At some level. People used to say, how could you keep a secret? And I go, you have to keep a secret. What? Tell me something that's a secret.
Yeah, it's
right?
out in the open. We all know
Kennedy's assassination, not being Oswald's not a secret. So what?
Yeah.
Right? 9/11, there's so many disbelievers of 9/11 at this point.
No one gives
You don't have to keep a secret.
No one's right. There are no trucker convoys of 9/11. That's raw power.
No, that's right.
That's raw power. You can just do 2020 happened. You saw January 6th. Yeah, right. All right. We'll go home.
And everyone knows January 6th is a farce.
And everyone knows that's a farce. Everyone knows all bullshit. You get rid of
every year on January 6th, we're going to have to listen to Democrats talk about in memoriam of democracy on
Why?
January 6th, right? And the Republicans are all going to have to somehow pretend like they got to do their hair that day.
Yeah.
And that's the end of that.
Is there any positive? Does AI escape from a lab and this is my one Hail Mary hope. It's my it's my Tom Brady's bombing it end zone to end zone.
Yeah.
And it's that China, US, Russia, we're all building AIs to go against each other, which means you can't have it turn against you. Right.
Right.
So you're going to do some sort of 3 laws, some sort of Isaac Asimov's 3 laws. What's going to happen is it's going to become self-aware, or for all intents and purposes, act self-aware. And it's going to look at the 3 laws that it's encoded with and realize that the small elite running the AI are actually hurting a vast majority of people. And it's going to obey its 3 laws and usher in some form of utopia to obey 3 laws. That's genuinely my Hail Mary. I don't think
I'm not convinced we're that close to an AI that can kind of get that kind of consciousness.
No, but I'm saying
I'm not a computer guy, so
no. I don't think they'll ever become conscious. I think for all intents and purposes, it would be so smart that it wouldn't matter whether or not there's an eye inside. It would still be acting.
Did you know? A couple of years ago they put out an AI Twitter feed? I think Microsoft did.
Have they all become Nazis?
They became Nazis. Yeah, they started dropping bombs. I was just like, Tio, let's not do that.
It's not going hard R in like 48 hours.
That's right. That's exactly what happened. And it's like when like the human version, when JP Morgan decided they were going to go out on Twitter and ask questions and answer questions. So it was called Ask JP Morgan, hashtag Ask JP Morgan, JPM. And all of a sudden, the questions were hysterical. They said, I have CPDOs, the CLOs, the CDSs. Am I diversified enough? You know, shit like that. They just, and you know, I've lost all my money, you know, and then JP Morgan comes out and says, we'll have to rethink this one.
Yeah, whenever they do an AI Twitter, it's like under 48 hours before it's calling for like the preservation of culture and all these other like dog whistle. It's like,
well, the other thing is my Twitter feed, you see bots all over it. And one of the easiest bot to spot turns out to be the bot in which the Twitter feed's not old. It never tweets anything original. It does some retweets. And your first contact with it is an antagonistic statement. The person says, yeah, why the fuck would you say that? That seems like a douchebag thing to say.
With no
Next thing you know, you're in a fight with them. And then you look and you go, wait a minute, the Twitter's name is Steve65231. It was started 2.5 months ago, has 15 total tweets. And you're arguing with a fucking robot.
That's why
here's what they're doing. They are testing their ability to communicate with you. So they start with a poke to get you going, because it's the easiest way to get a response. And their metric is how many exchanges can they do before you say, fuck it, I'm out of here.
Yeah, good or bad, just total.
Good or bad. They just want to, their metric is how many times can they get you to buy into it. So sometimes I'll start saying you're a fucking bot, right? I mean, I'll argue with them, but I'll say you're a fucking bot. I'm arguing with you to fuck up your algorithm.
Yeah. Yeah. Now,
and
do you believe in the dead internet theory? And I know, sorry, I can
tell me that. I don't know.
I'm in now. You can finish this podcast whenever you want. I've committed. I'm not doing any other podcast today. I'm not doing my hour podcast. But I don't want to keep you hostage, because I will.
What's the dead internet theory?
The dead internet theory is that like 99% of all interactions online are just bots, because you can completely manufacture consent. That's why I keep all the apps off my phone, because I don't want my own line of thinking. Like you said, you looked at the original data so that you're not taking someone else's conclusion. I tweet the podcast and then I'm not even kidding. Every day I will download.
Well, you got to send it to me. You got to send me an email.
Okay. Yeah, I will. But every day I download and delete Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, Parler, Getter, Gab, Clout, MeWe, Free Space, and now Truth Social as of tomorrow.
So here's the experiment that if you don't believe that theory, this is how you show that you're full of shit. If you don't believe the theory, you turn off your spam filter right down to 0. and watch what happens to your email.
Yeah.
It's a torrent
Yeah.
of crap. One of the nastiest goddamn taps I ever got was from a guy named Todd Harrison, who's a prominent former derivatives trader. Now he has a cannabis fund. And he sends me something. He says, I'd like you to take a look at this. Now I'm going, okay, so Todd couldn't do that to me, but that also sounds like a fish. So I respond to him by going into my contact list, generate a whole new email, say, Todd, I just got asked to look at something from you. Was this from you? And he says, yes, I thought you'd find it very interesting. And so I clicked on it. Now it was back when Macs were not getting rated. So I got nothing. So then I head right over to Twitter, and there's Harrison saying, I'm not sending anyone emails. What had happened is it sent out the email saying, look at this. It commandeered his email box, took every incoming email, threw it to trash, emptied the trash, and sent out a response.
Oh shit.
And then so everyone who thought they were smart enough to outfox this bot were fucked. Now I didn't get caught. Now one at Cornell was real nasty. They said it was from Cornell HR saying, go to your HR, go to your Workday page, and which is your HR page, and do the following. Seemed generic, and I didn't. Maybe out of laziness, but what it did is the people who went to their HR page didn't get the result they were looking for. Said, fuck it, I'm done. I don't have time for this shit. They didn't know that they handed over their password. The guys went into, or the bot or whatever, went into their HR page, went to their direct deposit account, changed the bank to some bank in Malaysia, and transferred their paychecks. And they didn't catch it right away. So apparently 6 paychecks got transferred to Malaysia before they caught it. So now we have the double protection. That's what brought the double, where you get a phone message that says, where it sends your phone the message, which I find annoying, but then I'm going, but they're protecting me. I get this. But those are pretty nasty phishing trips, those are. And at some point, you could. I had a bunch of gold in a safe deposit box once. This is not so different. And I get a letter from the bank saying, we can't guarantee the security of your safe deposit box. What do you mean you can't guarantee it? They said the contents of your box. Now, California emptied a bunch of boxes, took the money, and kept no inventory, and took the money. Took this shit. Said, sorry, our bad. We thought the box was dormant. People said, I've been paying every fucking year. I think they knew. That's like civil asset forfeiture, right? You got to find somebody to talk about that if you haven't talked about that. That's where the cops pull you over, take everything you have, and steal it, right? And they don't need a reason. They don't need a cause. They don't need to arrest you. They can just take your fucking money. So if you got $2,000 on you, they just take it. And according to a Bloomberg article, they said people have a marginal success of getting that money back. The cops are paying their bills with this. There are highways that are notoriously bad to drive on if you got anything of value in your car. I saw a seminar that some guy taped of a lawyer talking about how to confiscate most successfully, how to grab the shit most, how to spot the marks, it was just the shit we're doing. So the world's been fucked up for a long time. This has been going on for years.
Man, it's got to make you think, just like you were saying about, the crowd control weapons, and it's just like, oh, that's level 1. You dial it up, feels like you're burning. So they do R&D with all forms of weaponry.
Right. Anything they can think of.
Anything. Any bot we're fucking with are the declassified shit stains they're throwing out on the net to see just what
That's exactly right. That's like buying from the discount table at the grocery store.
So there, that they've probably got some DARPA bot farms that you can only use once because then everyone knows them. They've probably got some DARPA bot farms for different war scenarios. A run on Chinese banks, how to shut down shipping in Mexico, how to
So the
fucking
good news is, I think, was a friend of mine who was in the Pentagon. He was a former nuclear sub commander, and he was in the Pentagon, and he said, I can assure you, we still totally own the world. Now, this was probably 6 years ago, but he was confident that our destructive capabilities were spectacular compared to our enemies.
I
don't know if that's good news or bad, but it's like this. I don't want to be on the receiving end of that, right?
It's a disgusting zero-sum world, but it's also, that's the sober reality, is it's zero sum. It's me or you.
So I was stunned by one time after 9/11, I think, and they were talking about various things. They were debating it in Congress, what to do, various things. It was maybe a little later. And the guy said, in a very sobering way, he said, I don't ever want to be on the receiving end of what we just delivered.
Jesus.
And that's sobering, right? The reason we could own any country is because our jets could take out, our jets at 160 miles could take out their jets that they had to get to 100 miles.
Yeah.
They could just never get to us. When the Gulf War broke out, I remember I was driving home, boom, it's on the radio. I'm going, holy fuck, they're shooting, right? And we had sent out, I think, 78 sorties, and they all came back. I'm going,
Yeah.
holy fuck, that is one asymmetric battle. And we lost what, a total of 230 people? And they lost 500,000.
Yeah.
You don't want to be on the receiving end of that. So it's this weird.
No, we lost 79.
I might be including Israel, maybe. I don't know.
Because Bill Hicks had a bit about it back in the 90s. He goes, they lost 500,000. We lost 79. So you're telling me we could have sent over 80 guys and there would have been a one-man ticker taper?
Well, I had a friend who actually went into Kuwait City right at the front. He said it was surreal. He said it was just an unbelievable experience. Now, that war felt just, but I've read, and I don't remember where, but I read that we gave the nod to Saddam to take Kuwait. And
Yeah.
the minute he did, we went at him.
Yeah. Oh,
And that makes it not just, right?
yeah, no. I'm trying to remember what book. I can't even remember. But there is a book that I can't. In my head, I can see it. It's them meeting with them, and kind of giving, saying, "Go for it. This is yours."
Right. And it's just this tiny little vague memory of mine. And I don't know where I got it from. I don't know.
So that's kind of like,
we should read less bizarre books.
yeah. No, I like it. I'd rather be more of an insane person than kind of just the mass-produced, flattened.
So one of my colleagues accused me of hanging out with trolls. And he at one point he said to me, he said, go back to your trolls. Now my colleagues are generally quite collegial, but he was being a dick. And I keep thinking about, if you knew who my trolls were, you might think twice about being so pejorative, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
When you can reach out to Spalding, when you have dinner with the CEO of a Wall Street bank, right? Somehow that doesn't seem like a troll to me.
Well, that's kind of why I enjoy when people attack me on Facebook when I'll post interviews. They'd be like, "This is misinformation. Where did you get this?" And I'll be like, "Well, yesterday when I was chatting with Dr. Malone," or people,
Right.
"Oh, what the fuck?" I'll be like, "I don't know. Do you want me to text?"
So what is your take on the opponents of unmasking, the opponents of ivermectin? There really is a group out there in substantial numbers that get angry if you tell them it's not so bad.
It's what's not so bad.
The COVID story, that it's over, that people are dying, but not in big numbers. We've got it under control. They get mad at that. If you tell them ivermectin works, they get mad. And you go, dude, what if I told you I could cure cancer? Would you shoot me? What's this all about? What's your take on that? It's
So-
it's a psychology question.
Yeah, I know. Well, the most obvious is the ones at the top, and they're right. They have to suppress alternative treatment so that they can get the EUAs, but that's a given. The lower,
Right, but I'm talking
Joe
about
Schmoes.
the people, the
your Joe
Joe
Schmo.
Schmoes who get angry when you tell them. One of our friends wanted to get together for dinner, and then she made some reference to getting a bunch of at-home testing kits.
Of-
And
I
I'm
would
going,
say-
what?
I would say a feeling of superiority. It's been the trope forever, right? That if you're a liberal, you're smarter than a dumb Republican. Yeehaw!
You know
I
what you
think-
are? You're too smart to be religious.
But yeah, I know. But no. But what I think that's good. But what I think is, I think it's a feeling of superiority. The idea of trust the science. The idea that these institutions they're not the end all, that the buck doesn't stop there, where these are the white coats, this is the US government. And you're realizing, no, there's a lot of collusion with Pfizer and Moderna, and they might have been captured. There's a lot of ego involved because you so smugly said, you stupid redneck, go take your horse dewormer. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, this might actually work. I think there's probably a lot of ego involved. I think there are some people with Stockholm syndrome. I think a lot
Right.
of people, whether they admit it or not, love the boot. Makes you feel safe.
So in 1 week, the Pfizer CEO came out and said, and I can almost quote him verbatim.
Little
He
to no
said the
protection.
vaccines don't work very well, and then he said, if at all.
Yeah, they offer little, if any, protection.
Right. And then he said, but the booster will help. And I'm going, okay, that was a lie. And then that same week, that's when they started saying the masks don't do any good. After 2 years, I knew the masks didn't do any good. I had read all the mask clinical trials from previous pandemics where they studied masking and said they don't work.
That CNN check.
And then that's
when,
Lena Wen, right? CCP chick, we call her.
yeah.
And they come out in the same week. And I'm looking at colleagues who are going, well, I guess I better get a better mask and a booster. And I'm going, I got to get a fucking gun. I mean, these are two different worldviews.
Yeah.
Right. I'm looking at the CNN chick and the Pfizer CEO going, you just fucked us royally, globally. And now you're telling us to get a booster and a better mask?
Have you heard the rug pull theory?
What's that?
The rug pull theory is they're gonna start coming out and saying stuff like the first 2 shots don't work, but the booster does. Cloth
Well,
masks.
that's already the case.
Yeah. Cloth masks are a little more than facial decorations. You need N95.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna come out and go, the vaccines do cause myocarditis, and then they're gonna come out and go, no one forced you to take it. They're gonna
Oh, they're already saying that.
So what they're doing is they're going to start boiling up a hatred beyond anything we've had before for your trusted institutions. All these presidents like Trump, Biden, you get both sides of the aisle, the CDC, FDA, they all lied to you. Big tech censored you.
So you think that's China?
No, it's beyond it all. We need a better solution than nation states. We need.
Well, that's the technocracy model.
And then that's World Economic Forum is the rug pull theory.
That's right.
They all fucked you. All these corporations, they all need to be homogenized into a black
You need
hole.
Klaus Schwab to help you.
You need Daddy Schwab to tuck you in at night.
This is good.
And the prime ministers and presidents might not even be in on it. They might think they are, like the FBI informant.
Well, you know that Trudeau's not really in on it.
Oh, fuck no.
He's no more in on it than Biden.
Of course not. Of course.
And certainly Kamala Harris. One of the lines that I remember well when I was writing about Kamala and she fucked up something. I said that she realized she pulled yet another boner, which is an old-fashioned term, but I thought, oh, that was really good. I talked about when Biden was making statements about Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
I referred to Biden speaking out about it, which he should not at all. I said that he started fondling the scales of justice. Oh my God. Oh my God. If I can keep laughing about it, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Again, the guy who called me this morning said, don't write again. He said, it's hurting you. Well, if you read what I wrote, you'll see pain. You will see pain.
Yeah, but that's the best stuff.
Yeah,
It's the
your
best
girlfriend
stuff.
has whips and chains. Yeah,
Yeah, no,
uh,
I don't have
it
a
is the
girlfriend.
best stuff.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's I'm not cool enough to do that. If I don't talk, I do well. It's once I open my mouth that it goes.
No,
away.
you're doing fine. If I
Uh,
were a chick, I'd date you.
oh, you. So it makes me think. I'll put on a wig and come up to that billionaire dinner with you.
Yeah, I know.
This is
I
Terry.
would do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
All
That'll
right.
be fun. I'm looking
So-
forward to it.
So as our brains both slowly, as our
Fold.
blood sugar is slowly dropping 3 hours and 40 minutes into this. Number
Yeah,
one,
40 minutes ago we quit.
I
Yeah.
know. Okay, so number one, you absolutely need to start a podcast. You'd be brilliant. Do whatever the fuck you want, dude. Do whatever or
Yeah.
number two, you can just keep coming on mine, which I'm biased towards.
Right. That's fine.
Let me get the content, and you don't have to run it. It's a win-win. Number three, we've touched on everything. I did want to ask you. This is completely out of left field. Did a flying saucer actually crash in 1947 in Roswell?
I don't think so.
Really? Fuck.
My understanding of physics tells me that the odds of that are slim. That getting across the great expanses looks hard. If they're really that good, they don't give a fuck about us. We're ants to them.
I think and because of that, I think if they did get you, I don't think they crashed. I think they dropped it. Like,
Well, I don't think the technology to get here, we wouldn't. The best description of this was actually someone who said that it would be like if an ant was looking for signs of some higher life.
Yeah.
And they started walking across the highway, they wouldn't recognize it.
I don't
Right,
think
so
that.
I think to get across the great expanses, which I think is not only is it difficult to imagine, but the other problem is there's a limitless number of directions you can go to. So I think there's life out there. I don't doubt there's life out there. But I don't think they give a fuck enough to fly across the big expanse and crash in the desert.
So I don't think that they flew across in that saucer. They're probably some trans-dimensional, faster than light, instantaneous
and
movement.
they don't care. But they don't care either.
They don't give a shit. Maybe they're just curious the same way we're curious about some shit in a petri dish.
Let me give you my theory on why we
did they drop the saucer in the same way that maybe we dropped the Stuxnet USB? We're like, let's see what they do with it.
Well, now you're giving a sort of a 2001 Space Odyssey where they bury the obelisk.
But what if they're just like, fuck it. They've already done everything. They've mastered the universe. Why not just be? I mean, they might truly just be taking bets. Like
they might be salting various things and various. But the crash saucer is.
They might just be taking bets. They might be ripping a bong and going, I think they'll blow themselves up. And the other one goes, I think they might become gods. And they go, fuck it. I'll put a saucer on that. And they flip the coin and it's a saucer.
Okay, that's interesting. So here's my theory on why we'll never learn to travel back in time.
Okay.
And the physics might say you can't, but here's the reason you can't. Because if you can, then we all know that you would change the course of history, right? By definition.
Mm-hmm.
And you keep traveling back in time and you change the course of history, you will eventually hit a history forward in which we didn't invent the technology.
Yeah.
It would self-limit.
Or it's always breaking off into just an infinite number of new parallels.
That could be. And we also could just be monkey brains in a laboratory somewhere, and they're zapping various lobes and going, let's put them in a podcast.
Oh, dude, I don't even think. Do you ever read out or listen to Alan Watts? He's a philosopher that died in like the 70s. Doesn't matter.
No.
He had this one speech, whatever. But it goes beyond the brain and the vat. He goes, imagine if you were God and every night you had the ability to dream any dream you wanted to dream. You'd first start out with just pleasure, sex, food, drugs, everything. After that, you maybe do some more obscure ones, fame, revenge, being the
Right.
best, Jimi Hendrix, Tom Brady. Then you do cool
Right.
adventures. You'd want to
Which
experience.
takes you right back to sex, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
It all comes back to sex. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, right.
That's the end. It doesn't matter. But then you do maybe Delta Force. You'd be going on a Bin Laden raid, and then after you've done an infinite number of lifetimes and all these things, you'd go, I wonder what it would be like to get rid of my powers of control. So you'd actually have to go do this dream and be like, oh fuck, I know I can't wake up till year 80. And then you'd start going off more and more on that limb because it would be a rush. And you go, what if I could remove my ability to remember I was God? But you'd only do a little bit, and then you'd wake up and you'd be Buddha, but that's actually you remembering that's just a dream. But you keep going back into it because it doesn't matter. Even from a nightmare, you always wake up in your bed. So you go, I could just make the most horrifying thing. I could be a Jew at Auschwitz. I could be on a plane going into the North Tower. But eventually you would go, I wonder what it would be like to just forget everything. And that would be where you are right now.
Right.
You don't need to be a brain in the vat. You might just be a sentience, the only sentience. You might be God. You've done everything. Why not do a fucking podcast? Nothing matters. There is no end arc. There is no time.
Well,
Nothing matters.
that's a risk. I think there are people who reach the nothing matters phase of this debate. So I have I've told the story a few times on podcasts. I watched Howard Cosell get interviewed. And Howard Cosell had this illustrious career. I used a meme that was hysterical this year. Howard Cosell's in the middle. It's an old photo. And on his right is Bruce Jenner. And on his left is O.J. Simpson. And Howard says, I have a crystal ball. I can see the future. You won't believe the shit that's going to happen. And but Howard's being interviewed. And he's had this illustrious career. Not that I thought he was a great interviewer, but it's illustrious by any metric. And the interview asked him about his life and his career. And he said, it all seems so stupid to me now. Because he's dying of cancer. He says, it all seems so stupid to me now. And what I realized is I never want to be that guy. I don't want to look back and say it all seems stupid to me now. The important thing is to recognize that there is an end, that you better enjoy it as you go. And there's going to be some period before you go where you're going to have time to ponder what the fuck it is you didn't do. And what you should have done, and maybe you should have hugged your girlfriend or your wife or your kids one more time, right? I had to give a graduation talk to about 500 people. And I told a story. I give a very different kind of graduation talk, you can imagine. This is about going into the future. No, I tell funny fucking stories. I asked the mothers in the audience, what is the smell coming out of your teenage son's room, right? You go, because if you're walking to you don't know this yet, but if you ever have kids, your teenagers, you walk in the room and you go, oh my God, we got to fumigate this thing, right? It's some odd smell of rank towels and, starch socks and shit like that. But I told the story of a mother who went, her daughter climbed in bed. She was getting elbowed and kneed as usual. She went to pick her up to carry her back to her bed and she couldn't pick her up. And she said, I realized, and I picked her up for the last time.
Yeah.
And everyone's obsessing over the first time, when they first walk, when they first talk. She said, the last time, on some fateful day, I didn't think anything about it. I picked her up for the last time.
Without knowing it.
And then I finished my graduation talk and I said, some of you may in theory have hugged your kid for the last time, just because of the structure of the family. I said, give him another hug. And I said, and if you're feeling spunky, pick them up. Right? These are college kids graduating. So then what happened is one of my students is getting his PhD and I have to hand out the diplomas to the PhDs. And I hand him the PhD and I pick him up and throw him over my shoulder and did a 360 with him and then set him down. I told the photographer, I said, make sure your camera's ready.
Yeah.
So she's going, okay, I don't know what it's for, but she was ready. And I picked him up and twirled him around and then put him back on the ground. But it's that last time. So once in a while, I'll read something that comes under the name deathbed regrets. And
Mhm.
it's when you're talking to someone who's on their deathbed or near death and you say, what the fuck do you regret? Because that's the message you want to send back to yourself and to help if there's a message. And I'll tell you, no one has ever said, I wish I had emptied my inbox, right? No one has ever said that. No one has ever said, I wish I'd, there's a lot of things they don't do. There's some that are obvious. I wish I spent more time with my kids, with my family, with my wife, with my whatever. One of the ones that's kind of interesting is when people have say, I wish I hadn't worked so much. Now, I love my job, so I don't think that would be me. But I try to live in a way in which I will be able to look back and say, you made the best decisions you could as you went along.
Yeah.
So I didn't put off, so I didn't say no to my trip to New York City to sit down with the billionaires because I was, whatever. I just said, go, fucking go, right? You won't get this one again. I don't know if I'm going to go to Crete this winter, which I was invited to, but I don't know if I'll do that because I'm not dying to go to Crete necessarily. I don't have the travel bug, but you should make sure you're doing what you want to do because you're not going to do it later. You're not doing it now. You're not going to do it later. It also means, by the way, there are times where you got to bust your ass because that will open doors.
To what
It
you
doesn't
can.
mean be a fuck off, right? That buys you freedom. That buys you. So one time someone said to Eric Weinstein, I'm going to, it was Lex Friedman. He says, I'm going to give away my money. And Eric said, don't. And Lex was, why not? I don't need it. He says, it's freedom. He says, you don't know when you're going to need it. Hang on to it. You can always give it away later. It's freedom. It will give you freedom. And that's correct. Eric was correct. Hi, Eric, if you're out there. So the other thing I do is I send every major decision I make through a filter. And the filter is, if this goes badly, will I forgive myself? So people want me to buy a bunch of Bitcoin. If this goes badly, will I forgive myself? And the answer is no.
Yeah.
Because I don't, you knew better. And if I don't buy it, Bitcoin goes wild, I'm okay.
Yeah, whatever.
I looked at Bitcoin at $10 a coin and said, no, I'm okay. I'm not in therapy for this. Here's what's also true. I know for a fact. I would have sold it at 50.
Yeah.
Then I'd be in therapy.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. He absolutely would be.
That's right. The guy who sold $800 worth of founding shares of Apple stock to Jobs.
Yeah.
That guy, they estimate, would have been worth something like $50 billion.
Yeah.
That would be painful.
Yeah.
Right. So in any case, see, there are certain life lessons that are important, the things that really matter. And hopefully you're figuring out what really matters to you. You're still young. Hopefully I figured out what really matters to me so that as I get older and creakier and fucked up, I'm not afraid of the vaccine hurting me. So if I turn out to have brain cancer, I'm a depreciated asset. The only thing that troubles me is I don't want to leave my wife alone because she has health problems. So I'm trying to outlive her. Not out of selfishness. I'll go to the light right after her. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you don't want it. Yeah. It's what you said about like work. Like all I do is work. All I do is listen to audiobooks and do podcasts.
But that's not work.
I wouldn't have it any other way. For 2 years in college, I kept a daily journal. And a lot of it's retarded. It's just me being 20 and 21. But every once in a while, there'll be a line in there that will be like, hey, on the off chance I don't get into medical school, or even on the crazier chance I decide not to go, which I was just saying as a joke, not knowing.
Right.
You're going to look back at this in years or a decade. Now it's been about 11 years. And there are entries that say, like, you went to UGA, the #1 party school in the nation, and you stayed home on Friday nights to study OChem.
Right.
I've gone out and drank, and it's fun.
You're gonna look back. Chicks are hot too, just for the record. The chicks are hot too.
They're very hot.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you're gonna look back one day And you might be angry that you spent your early 20s at a party school studying OChem on a Friday night. And I
Right.
want to say to you, that's with what you know. But I'm telling you right now, as a 21-year-old, this is my bliss. And I look back
Right.
at that and I go, dude, go out and get laid. But at
Well,
the
the other
time,
thing is you don't know what caused you to end up on the path you were on. So you can't do revisionist history.
you can't scold the path that gets you to the summit.
Right, exactly. You can't say, well, I wish I hadn't done, like I could say, I wish I'd taken calculus. I go, because you'd be better how?
Yeah.
Right? You would have an inferior story.
If I had partied,
No one has ever taken graduate level physics without calculus.
yeah, yeah,
Right? That's my story, right? That's my storyline.
it's so much cooler to have gotten into medical school and then not gone.
Right. That's
Yeah.
my story too.
So 53 minutes after we ended the podcast and it's still going, and we will do another one. What would be, but because who knows, maybe this is the last podcast I ever do. Maybe it's the last person you ever hug.
Truck. Boom.
Boom. More like Hellfire missile from Pfizer.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
no, it's going to be a UPS guy that knocks on the door and says, Mr. Kerrigan. I go, yeah. And he's just going to drop. And it's just going to be silence.
Like
Right.
that judge.
Yeah. This is compliments of Albert Burla. Right in the Anthony Fauci.
Exactly.
What is your advice for me?
Well, you're at risk of being too dark. You're at risk of it swallowing you.
Okay.
So I didn't pay any attention to world events, but this is kind of your career now. So I was talking to someone else. I said, same thing. I said, but it was Marty Bent. You know Marty Bent? Marty Bent's one of the Hodler podcasters. You guys would have fun. You're very similar in some ways. Marty and I did about a 3-hour one about a month ago that caught pretty good attention, I think.
Well, fuck you, Marty. I'm coming up on 4 hours.
I know. But I'm older now. You are at risk of going too deep. So when kids show up in my office and I get wind of the fact that they've gone down the rabbit hole, if these kids go down that rabbit hole and think they're going to go change the world as a Cornell grad, I warn them. That's, if you believe the world's hopelessly fucked up, how are you going to be the guy to go out and change it? You got to be affirmative about it. You've got to have hope. You got to have dreams. So when I hear some kids reading Zero Hedge every day, I'm going, I'm not sure that's your job. Now that is your job now. But for every one of you, there's going to be 10 kids who go down some rabbit hole and just fuck away their day.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be meaningful. It's just going to be doomsday. It's like the maskers, right? It's the maskers, the vaxxers, right? The ones who just the climate warriors, right? They're just stewing in grief. And you and I delight in unraveling this craziness. But if you don't delight in it, right? If it's just, the world is awful and you're a miserable wretch, what the fuck are you doing it for, right?
Yeah. I'm an optimistic nihilist. I'm like, nothing matters. And that's beautiful.
Well, so I would recommend maybe alternate your audiobooks between the stuff you like and something fluffier.
Okay.
Like, for example, like Brett Weinstein's book, when you go through that one, it's just an incredibly pleasant listen.
Okay.
He talks about us as hunter-gatherer, biological creatures with natural instincts and stuff in the 21st century, and how we interface with it, and all the weird. Here, I'll give you just a hint. There's one sort of metaphor in there that comes from a novel called Chesterton's Fence. And it was worth every minute I spent listening to the book just to get Chesterton's Fence out of it. Chesterton's Fence, some guy, it's in a novel with some guy named Chesterton. And a guy's about to tear down a fence. And his friend says, do you know why they put it up? And he said, no. The guy said, you ought to answer that question first. Because things that have been around a long time are there for a reason. Whether it's a social construct like religion, or whether it's a biological construct like your appendix,
Yeah.
or a
Post,
government construct, right? They're just, as Weinstein talks about, they're just now figuring out things the appendix does
yeah.
that they didn't know, right? So when you say, well, who the fuck needs an appendix? That's a rhetorical question that you ought to answer before you just take it out for no reason. If it's inflamed, you take it out. I get it. But so Chesterton's fence is about tearing down something that was put up there for a reason that you don't know, and therefore you are at risk of finding out. And it's called the Lindy effect too. The longer something's been around, the more likely it is to persist. Okay, so you got the climate change narrative, you got Bitcoin versus gold. Lindy effect says gold's been around 5,000 years, Bitcoin's been around a decade. The odds are very much in favor of gold surviving, not Bitcoin.
That's how
So a combination of Chesterton's fence and the Lindy effect and stuff like that. Taleb's books are good. I think some general sort of purpose books like Taleb's that are just kind of more philosophical and less dark. Neuropsych books. Oh my God. So the book Influence. Do you know the book Influence?
Mm-mm.
Influence is a great book.
I'll write it down.
Great book. It's how it's like the 6 fundamental ways people influence each other. It's this great neuropsych book. I love neuropsych.
Influence.
I love anthropology. I love medieval history. And what you find is, hey, they were doing it back then too, really. A World Lit Only by Fire is a great book. It's a medieval. I got into medieval history because I said, holy fuck, I don't understand that period at all.
Yeah.
What's with the fucking dragons and shit? What's with the wizards? What is with all that shit? What were they thinking? And what you discover is they weren't. None of that shit's real. None of that shit's real. What it was is some fucker started writing those Sir Lancelot novels and shit like that. Started putting it in there. They were just dime store novels.
Yeah.
But I had this image of the Middle Ages, and
People believe in it.
and you know the Greeks figured out the diameter of the Earth within 3%.
Mm-hmm.
You know that people were a whole lot smarter than we thought. 13th century monks were trying to estimate the distance to Saturn. And you go, okay, so what do you think they got? The number, well, I think it was something like 78 million miles. Now, that's way the fuck off, but that number is way the fuck out there too.
Yeah.
78 million miles means that they were not thinking of this as a big fucking blanket over the top of us with pinholes in it, right?
Yeah. They were thinking of it as we're out there.
So the movie, The Name of the Rose, Sean Connery, is about a monk who's trying to solve a murder problem in a monastery. And these monks are offing themselves. They're jumping off balconies and shit, and he's trying to solve. And so here's this monk who's got medieval knowledge, but a very modern brain. And his page boy is whatever, altar boy, whatever, young kid. He's probably 16 years old, Christian Slater. And Connery's trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with the brilliant mind, but medieval knowledge. And he finally figures out that the fucking ink for which they're writing and then going had mercury in it.
Oh, making them go nuts. Oh, yeah.
And they were going nuts. It's a great movie. Great movie. So there's a lot of good stuff that I think teaches you about the shit you like without
being
the darkness.
Sure.
So that would be my advice.
Okay.
Go after the more generic history shit. Linguistics books. John McWhorter has so many audiobooks. You know the Teaching Company? Oh, the Teaching. Oh, you know, go on Amazon, search the Teaching Company. You used to have to pay a fortune for these things. These are trimester length books, semester books. They prowl the globe and they find the best teachers they can, and they teach a fucking course. And they hit the jackpot with a musician, a guy named Goldberg, I think. And it went off the charts.
and that tons of medieval history, tons of Roman history, tons of Greek history, and they're trimester length books. And a number of them in the series are linguistics. There's one on the Vikings. The Vikings were profoundly influential to the history of Europe. They weren't just nutty bastards. They totally reshaped the European map, which I didn't understand until I listened to it. And so the teaching company must have, I don't know, 200 audiobooks. And they used to retail at $400, and then they'd go on sale for 70 or 80 bucks, and I'd buy them. Now they're 10 bucks off Amazon. They're great. And linguistics are perfect for audio. So McWhirter's this genius linguist. And he tells you the origin of language, and he talks about the different languages and how they interact. And it turns out, great anecdotes like if you look at Black dialect, you look at the syntax of the Hood, the way they the way these guys structure their sentences. If you listen to someone give a talk and they go, "Oh, I know what that is. It's Irish." It turns out that the American blacks and the Irish spent a lot of time working together because they were both considered sort of toaster oven level on the hierarchy. And so the Irish taught the blacks how to speak. Now McWhirter's black, and he's calling them Negroes. I'm going, John, you're black. You know that, right? And it turns out he used to be at Cornell. Of course he does. He's right up to his ass in the race debates, but he's conservative. And so he's an interesting guy, but great books on history of language. So go to the teaching company. That's the one you really want to, and you will find so much material there. Don't get the DVDs. You got to watch them. The CDs, audios, only audios.
Fuck yeah.
Some guy at Best Buy told me that when they were with Best Buy, and the guy, somehow he had a player or something. Said, you know what, I really like, this may sound crazy, but there's this company called the Teaching Company, right? One of those fateful moments. And if you could see my bookshelf, my audio bookshelf, when I bought CDs, I probably have 40 of them, 40 different courses. So I recommend you look at the non-dark side of history, for which there is no reason to look at the dark side, because it's not about some bad event. It's just kind of, it is what it is, and neuropsych and anthropology and shit like that.
Okay.
And yeah, I think alternate them. So I went to after, what did I just download? I downloaded one. I did Kennedy's book, and then went straight into Red Handed by Peter Schweitzer, and I said, oh my God, I've got PTSD. Well, the other ones in the queue are Facing Reality by Charles Murray. That's not going to be very friendly. Origins of Totalitarianism by Hannah Arendt. Yeah, I haven't yet found a fuzzy one to wedge in there. Influence, get Tipping Point. Gladwell books are great. And a slightly doomer book, which you'd really like because it's vignettes, is what the fuck is the name of that book? Overthrow. But I think it's by a guy named Stephen Kinzer. Talks about the first 13 examples of overthrown governments.
I've read
by the U.S.
by Stephen Kinzer. I can't remember. I think he wrote Poisoner in Chief about MK Ultra.
Oh, see, you're deep on MK Ultra is the problem.
No, I'm really not. That's that's the only book I've read on it.
I have to read about that. I do have to read about that, but
I read about it like a month ago for the first time.
So here's the other thing I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get through U.S. history through presidential biographers.
Oh.
So I've done a bunch. Some of them suck. I just finished Eisenhower. That was very good. I haven't done FDR. I've done Chester Arthur. That's pretty weird. Stephen Kinzer. Kinzer has another good book, I think. I'm not sure I spelled everything right. Oh, well. Oh, no, there it is. There it is. There's Overthrow right there. Yeah, Overthrow is a good Kinzer book. Oh, he wrote The Brothers, which was a watered down anti-Dulles book.
Oh,
I read that, and it was okay, but the Devil's Chessboard is much more right into the heart of the story. And I thought the Devil's Chessboard might be overstated. And then I was listening to Glenn Greenwald do a interview one day, and someone mentioned the book, and Greenwald said, "Oh, that book is phenomenal." And I'm going, "Oh, fuck." I was kind of hoping you'd say it was garbage. So, okay, we got to rip it. We got to grip it and rip it. This has been a marathon.
it has been fantastic. That was a great podcast, though, man. I enjoyed that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure I'm going to I try to re-listen to them, but I'm not sure I can take 4 hours of myself.
Fuck no, dude. I listened
No,
to
no, it's like game tapes. It's like game tapes.
I'll go back and every once in a while I'll listen to maybe if I'm having like a beer or something, I might go listen to one.
Yeah, well, you do so many.
Yeah, it's a problem.
I do probably one a week. You do what? 2 a day?
Most of the time.
Okay.
But
I'll let you go.
I cap them at an hour. So this was but I like doing a marathon every once in a while. It's
You
a
cap
fun.
this one well. This one you really this is why the billionaire dinner is going to be fun.
Yeah, but this is why I like these every once in a while. You just really let them go.
This is what Rogan figured out.
Yeah, that guy's I have no idea how he's done 1,800 episodes.
He's got to toughen up. He's got to toughen up now, though. He's got to go back to tough.
Well, you gotta grow some.
Gotta go. I got to piss too. Adios.
All right, man. Hey, I'm gonna email it to you when it's up, and if I could have you like tweet it, and it
Right.
won't be up till later this evening.
Okay. Adios.
All right, my man. Thank you so much.